Recording in progress.
Thank you, Chair. I have allowed everyone to join the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silly. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Minister, our Deputy Minister, all honourable members on the platform, our support team, the officials of our department, and all observers present. I would like to first start by just apologising for the issue around our venue. We had in fact already, Honourable Minister, secured a venue at Parliament in July. Unfortunately, we were informed, or when we looked on the system to confirm our venue, it was allocated to another portfolio committee. So we have put together a formal complaint to Parliament, but just to say we are just apologising for the change in venue to the Zoom platform this morning. I would also like to take the opportunity just to welcome our new member, Honourable Mbiko. Maybe she can turn on her camera. She replaces Honourable Spies. We did welcome her at our strat planning session last week, but I think she can just introduce herself quickly. Honourable Mbiko.
Okay, I will be on. I will be on now, Chair. Otherwise, thank you very much for introducing me, and I hereby appreciate the fact that you have acknowledged me. I'm sure you can all see my face now.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
We can see you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Otherwise, thank you very much, Chair. I'm here, I'm Feseka Mbiko, all the way from Eastern Cape, in the small town of Duchwa. My rural home is between Duchwa and Butterworth. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mbiko, and we look forward to your contributions. Colleagues, we meet this morning to receive the Q4 2024-2025 report of our department, and also Q1 for 2025-2026. Honourable Minister, I just wanted to inform you that our portfolio committee submitted a briefing note to the department requesting that we be furnished with a very succinct 22-page or maximum 22-page presentation. Unfortunately, our briefing note was ignored. We did follow up again and again. That request was also ignored. We also note that we have not received an updated or a progress report on our BRRR recommendations and our budget vote recommendations. And I think when we work in this manner, it's not very conducive for the working relationship that we want to build between ourselves and the department. And hopefully you will take note of this, Honourable Minister, and that it will be corrected going forward. I think having perused your documents as well as a portfolio committee, we remain concerned about your vacancies. We also, of course, remain concerned about targets unmet, overspending and underspending in some programs, as well as the very high number of deviations. And of course, of equal concern, it looks like there is zero movement on the Wedgie Bill, on the Disability Rights Bill, as well as the Youth Development Bill. But those are some of the issues that the honourable members will probe with you this morning. And I wish to therefore hand over to you, Honourable Minister, to lead your team and to do your opening remarks. Thank you very much. I hand over to you. And good morning to the DG as well.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, for last so let's see. Can't open. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I do request to switch off my video for better network.
That's okay, Honorable.
Chairperson, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable van der Merwe, and members, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, Honorable Steve Litsike, Director General Advocate Mikateko Maleka, and senior officials of the department, colleagues, good morning. Let me start by Chairperson apologizing if we did not submit the required documents as per the request of the Portfolio Committee. I sincerely apologize for that. We will ensure in future that it doesn't happen. Indeed, it is a privilege to appear before the committee, Chairperson. We do so in full recognition that parliamentary oversight is not only a constitutional obligation, but it is a vital instrument to strengthen governance and delivery. Our mandate as the department is to advance the rights, dignity, and empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And for us, the true test of our work lies not in the documents we table, of course, that are important, but in whether our policies and programs translate into tangible improvements in the lives of these constituencies. We therefore come before you today not only to account for resources spent, but also to reflect on progress achieved, the challenges we are addressing, and the steps we are taking to accelerate delivery. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, allow me to begin with an important development in the area of governance. The department received a clean audit for the 2024-25 financial year, and this was finalized on the 31st of July this year. For us, this is a milestone achievement that reflects our commitment to strengthening internal controls and managing public resources with integrity. We have put in place the audit action plan, which we have finalized so as to address some of the immaterial findings that were made by the Auditor General. And we'll be implementing this audit action plan during the current financial year. We do so, Chairperson, because even if these are for now immaterial findings, but if we do not correct them or attend to them in future, they may indeed be material findings. Of course, some they are as a result of lack of resources that we require. Just want to make an example, Chairperson. In the department, when you speak about internal auditors, we only have one person who has to do the internal auditing before the Audit Risk Committee comes. And for the Audit Risk Committee, that very one person provides the secretariat function for the Audit and Risk Committee. That has immense challenge for the Audit and Risk Committee, because as they would want to do their work as fast as possible and as broad as possible, but this is a limiting factor that they're talking to one person who's got his responsibilities, but also has to provide the secretariat function for the Audit and Risk Committee, which is constituted by external people. I'm just raising that. However, we'll continue to report progress to this committee as part of our accountability obligations when it comes to the audit action plan. This outcome for us is a reminder that sound governance is not separate from service delivery. Strong financial management and compliance are the foundation upon which meaningful programs for women, youth, and persons with disabilities can succeed. Honorable Chairperson, in reflecting on the period under review, I wish to highlight a few areas where the department has made important progress. For the fourth quarter of 2024-2025, We concluded the financial year having spent 99% of our adjusted appropriation. Out of 34 targets, the department achieved 26, which is 76%, while 8 were not achieved. For the first quarter of 2025-26, we had a total of 32 targets, and we achieved 26, which is 81%, while 6 were not achieved. Chairperson, while there is progress to report, we must also account for the challenges we have faced. While most of the targets were met, there are some that were not met, and some are recurring. And these, as you have indicated, Chairperson, they include targets relating to youth empowerment. In this case, service providers are sourced centrally, which is not within the control of the department. This centralization applies across all departments, and the information in the central database system may indicate youth-led and youth-owned businesses. But when the department engages directly with the service provider following appointment, it sometimes discovers that they are no longer within the youth age brackets. And the database sometimes is not continuously updated to reflect the present age of the service provider. However, if we look at this matter, but as a department, we think that it's a matter that requires our attention, as it is in our interest as the department, which is leading on youth empowerment, to ensure that correct information is made available, not only for ourselves, but for other departments as well. And therefore, this is a matter that we think we should not just leave in the hands of National Treasury, but ourselves as well, to ensure that we have all the correct information, like we are saying, not only for ourselves, but also for other departments. There are targets also such as Sun-C, farming and bakery startups, and these are dependent on other departments for delivery. We have requested those departments to mainstream such interventions for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But Chair, it's easy for us maybe to take a decision to remove these targets because they've been there. For instance, when you talk about farming and bakery, they've been there for almost 2 years now, but they're not moving. However, if the portfolio committee was to understand and exercise patience with us, probably we would wish not to remove them, personally, not to remove them, to keep them on our APP, so that we continue to look for funding, right? And in fact, within the departments, but also even outside of government, so that if we can get some sponsorship, we then can actually ensure that these targets are delivered and met, because they are important for our ordinary people, particularly the poor ones. But we can't fund them as a department, and sometimes we're hoping that other departments will assist us. We are trying to get funders from outside government. However, we can never guarantee that we'll get those funders. And if the portfolio committee was to be patient with us and understand that these are not dependent on us, we would wish to keep them in that understanding. We also have legislative program targets, as you have indicated, Chairperson, such as the Wage Bill, the South African Youth Development Bill, and others. These bills are required to undergo compulsory state law advisory and processes such as NETLEC, and they take their time and sometimes longer than anticipated, and therefore affect the achievement of some of our targets. But we are hoping that we'll be moving them as soon as it is possible. On 30-day payments, Chairperson, we've almost met this target. As a matter of fact, I think the lowest during Q1 of last year, and this one was 97. Otherwise, for others, we've been achieving 99%. And again, even on this one, there are explanations. If you look at the number of invoices that could not be paid within the 30-day requirement, there are very few. It may as well be 2 for that matter. However, indeed, we are aiming at achieving 100%. The issue is that for targets, you either get 100%, even if it is 9%, it is still an unmet target. On the issue of vacancy rate, Chairperson, we are not that much above 10%, which is the minimum requirement. However, we take note again that we should actually be filling some of these vacancies. Again, Chairperson, we do have post-clerical work posts that are not funded. And for one post that we advertise, thousands and thousands of people apply. If we were to have the clerks being appointed in the HR unit, as these applications come, they would therefore be captured. But now they come and they wait for our senior managers to be the ones who are doing the capturing, who also will be the ones who must do the senior work, that of shortlisting, that of et cetera, and it sometimes become a huge responsibility on their part. And this also talks to these posts that are supposed to be filled, that are supposed not to be vacant at the lower level, that are supposed to do the work, and they are vacant. However, we also, as we have indicated, requested that the senior managers should do this work. It is done manually, and therefore for each application, you have got to record manually. And it takes forever and it takes time, but it's a matter that we're paying attention to, Chairperson, and we're hoping that it will be addressed. And also, some of these vacancies happened as there was change of leadership. When we came in as ministry and as deputy minister and minister, we some of the people that were there had to resign, and we had to bring new people, and that actually created also some vacancies being created immediately. And of course, the filling of those vacancies, it took some time. Some they require us to follow a normal recruitment process, because even if they are in our offices, but they are in departments, and then people get seconded to our offices in terms of the ministerial handbook. Lastly, Chairperson, maybe just as a comment, is just to indicate, Chairperson, that as a department, part of our mandate includes meeting international obligations. That will mean attending member states' compulsory meetings and conferences. And these include international fora such as the United Nations, the African Union, the Southern African Development Community, BRICS-related programs, and many more others. We also receive mandate-related invitations from both the president and the deputy president to form part of delegations where women, youth, and persons with disabilities empowerment programs are advanced. Others are requested to represent the president or deputy president when it is these issues and they are brought to ourselves, so that we can then represent the country. Where physical attendance is mandatory, we must attend, unless of course there is a hybrid option which is offered, which anytime when there is such an option, we always take the hybrid offer. Where one is reluctant to take the hybrid offer, if it is a hybrid, is particularly in the region for serious political reasons, that you would want to be present physically if it is in the region, the SADC region. And there are reasons for that, Chairperson, which I think we can discuss physically if that was to be the case. But we have seen the need of attending SADC region meetings physically, where even if there might be an option of hybrid for political reasons. Then, Chairperson, on those issues, we have the ministerial handbook that prescribes the size of delegations from both the minister and deputy minister's office. And that is the bare minimum of numbers that we can take. And of course, for every other travel, we must add value. And thus we look at the subject aspects that must accompany us. You definitely, at any time you travel overseas, require an international relations person to accompany whether the minister or the deputy minister, because you definitely need them to give support to yourself. I must say, Chairperson, that with the mega budget that we have as a department, we always take the leanest delegation. and sometimes they do affect our performance in those areas. And we look for the most cheapest route. And some, Chairperson, I must say that they are very traumatizing. They are too long. They are too exhausting. You might be traveling to US, but you have got to try by traveling to the east, because that is the cheapest route that is available to you. And that actually means flying for about 8 hours to the east and probably 16 or so hours to the west, and somewhere connect somewhere. By the time you arrive at the destination, you are traumatized, extremely traumatized. You are exhausted, you are tired, and you are expected immediately to perform the functions of the purpose of the trip. And that is what we have to endure as the ministry in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Some of the departments are not subjected to that because maybe they can afford. If you look at the tariffs for airlines, some are ridiculously high, but others are reasonable had we been in a department that can afford to fly direct. For instance, if it was US, to fly direct from South Africa to US. But with ourselves, you have to go for the least cheapest, even if it takes you to the other side of the world before you can actually proceed to the other side of the world. I must indicate, Chairperson, that we try to do this, and as such, we minimize and we reduce the cost of our travel overseas. And therefore, I just want to indicate, Chairperson, that there is no 6 million rand that will be spent by the minister for the United Nations General Assembly at all. That was just a submission that was leaked in the department even before ourselves, myself and the DM saw it. And it is unfortunate that we have officials who can actually do that. And there's nothing like 6 million that anyone could spend for that journey. It has an accommodation of the minister, like I indicated last week, for a mini suit. You sometimes it costs something like 296,000 rand per day. And that is what they took out. We said we definitely, this time around, we don't even require a place for meetings because we are accompanying the president, and therefore there will be a place for meetings that is secured by the presidency. So we're going to take a standard room. But even the standard rooms, Chairperson, they're still expensive. We negotiated, again, our own rate, despite the fact that even the one that I spoke about last week, it had already been negotiated. We still tried to negotiate a better rate, which eventually it ended up being 44,000 per night from 58 or 57,000 per night. And that is what we got, having phoned the mission there. So I just want to indicate to yourself, Chairperson, that we take the leanest delegation when we go. Of course, even our offices, we look at the ministerial handbook and we take nothing more than what is prescribed in the ministerial handbook when we embark in these international bodies. We suppose, for this one, we're supposed to take 1% because there will be focus on youth and focus on women. But we decided to take somebody from the integrating branch, so it's 1%. And with the hope that where we need more information, we'll be calling South Africa. But the time zones and differences sometimes make it very difficult to get people when you call, when you're outside and you call for help in the country. I just want to indicate that, Chairperson. So there's nothing like 6 million rand. It was just one, and some officials that were mischievous that decided to send something that does not exist at all. And it is unfortunate that the ENCA decided just to broadcast something without checking with our offices. We were also surprised to see it in the media, and we are surprised that any media channel would just broadcast something without checking with us. So there's nothing like 6 million that we're going to spend for the UNGA. But of course, it is still very expensive to travel, despite whatever else that we have done. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks, Honourable Minister, and thank you for the clarity that you've provided on the international travel. I think it's an ongoing conversation that we'll be having with you, because at the end of the day, as we've indicated, and it's good to know that you have put such an emphasis on making sure that you cut costs and that every cent spent is of value to the taxpayer, and that you don't obviously deviate from the handbook. But as we've said before, it is a lot of money. When we're spending 2 million and 4 million, we need to be assured that it will actually translate into meaningful action or resolutions being implemented in our communities. But it's an ongoing conversation that we'll be having. I did see that I saw the Sunday Times wrote that you had forecasted to spend 2 million on going to CSW. In response to me, you indicated that you spent 4 million, but it's an ongoing conversation that we'll be having. I'm going to hand over to you, DG, to lead the presentations. We've only got until about 11 o'clock for presentations, so if you can keep those short, and I think members have looked at all the presentations. So if we can start the engagements by 11 o'clock, let's try and aim for 11 o'clock to be done with all the presentations, please. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. All the members of the committee, Minister and the Deputy Minister. First of all, I just want to show my face, and I will switch it off. I hope you can see me.
We can, DG. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, first of all, I would like to apologize profusely. As the Minister had indicated that we have a serious challenge in the department. We do, Chairperson, and it does impact on our work, and it will continue to impact on our work if we are not able to address this. In the strategy chief directorate, she had two directorates, however, two directors. However, one was unfunded when National Treasury was cutting our compensation of employees posts. She remained with one. However, this person now has gotten a promotion. This person went to DSEC, and this person left at the time when we had a challenge in terms of advertising and all those things. But Minister has already indicated all the challenges that we have in government in terms of advertising, but the post has been advertised. We're waiting for the post to be shortlisted. Now you just have a chief director. If she gets ill, nothing happens. So either my office, which doesn't have people, because she's the people, our PAs and whatever, when we have the time, we'll work together in order to be able to submit. Chairperson, I just want to plead with the committee. We need your support in terms of the department being properly structured and properly resourced. This is a very important department, and we understand and we try our level best. Chairperson, you've been in this portfolio committee for some time. You know where this department was. We have managed to move to get to the point where Minister indicated that we got a clean audit, and we're trying to maintain the clean audit. However, sometimes things will fall apart. So I would like to apologize profusely for us not being able to send the BBB report. I've just asked that it must be sent, even though it will be late. I apologize. And also, Chairperson, for the a presentation which was 100 and something pages. I saw it yesterday when I was told again that Val is not at work. She's been booked off for the whole week. So what I've done, and I would like to apologize also, is that I've summarized the 4 quarters into 3 slides to fast track the presentation, and then I'll go through quarter 1 in its entirety, but quarter 1 to 4 I will present it in 3 slides, and believing that, as you've said, that members had the documents they've read, so they'll be able to follow. Thank you, Chairperson. Bongi, please, flight. Bongi? Thank you. Chairperson, I think the brief, I have the brief here in front of me, that we do the not achieved or unmet targets, Q1 to Q3, and then we do Q4 and Q1 of 2025, 2026. So Bongi, please go to the next slide. Skip this slide. Yes, thank you very much. Chairperson, I just want to summarize the targets for 2024, 2025, and indicate the targets that we've achieved and the targets that we did not achieve. And the next slides will then talk to the targets that have been achieved. And I also, to save the time of the committee, I will not go through program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will just go straight to overall performance, that how many targets did we have in Q1 and what was achieved and what was not achieved. 2024, 2025, we had 22 targets. We achieved 18, which is 82%, and 4 was not achieved. And I would like to indicate upfront, and Minister have already spoken to that, in terms of the programs that some we couldn't achieve. For example, your farming and all the others. I'll talk to them and explain whether we've achieved, because as we present, I'll indicate that this one we have since achieved in the following quarters. So Q2, we had 28 targets. We achieved 22, which is 79, and 6 was not achieved. Q3, we had 28 targets. We achieved 21, 7 was not achieved. Q4, we had 34 targets. We achieved 26, 8 was not achieved, which is 76%. Now I'll focus on those that we had not achieved during those quarters, Q1 to 4. Bongi, next slide. Um, 100% payment of all valid invoices within 30 days. In Q1, we achieved 95%. We received 341. However, we couldn't, we achieved 341 out of 359. We paid 341 and we couldn't pay 18. I will give the reasons. Q2, we achieved 99%. So we paid 482 out of 486. It's only 4 that we couldn't pay. Q3, again, we paid 99%. We achieved 99%. We paid 491 receipts out of 494. Only 3 was paid later. When I say not paid, I meant in that quarter. All these, the payments, if it's not paid in that quarter, that means the following quarter it has been paid, or it will be paid the following quarter. Under Q4, again, we achieved 99%. We paid 528 invoices out of 532. That means only 4 invoices were not paid. Again, some of the commitments that we have is the procurement spent on our 3 targets. 40% is women, 30% youth, and 7% persons with disabilities or entities owned by persons with disabilities. With 40% procurement, we always achieve that. It's not a problem. The challenge most of the time would be on 30% procurement spent, as Minister had already indicated. Minister already alluded to that. Q1, we achieved more than 30%, and Q4, we achieved more than 30%. However, in Q2, we were able to spend 15.8 2% on persons with disabilities, sorry, on youth, and then quarter 3, 21.3%. With persons with disabilities, quarter 1, we could only spend 4.11. We couldn't achieve the 7%. Quarter 2, we could only spend 2.63%. However, in quarter 3 and quarter 4, that's why it's not included here, we achieved more than 7%. The other one is maintain a vacancy rate of less than 10% annually. Quarter 1, we achieved less than 10%. Quarter 2, we couldn't achieve. We were at 10.5%. Quarter 3, we were below 10%. Quarter 4, we were above, so we're at 10.7%. 2 progress reports on the implementation of the human resource plan produced. The report was not produced in those quarters because it was the new administration coming in, and we had to wait to develop the strategic plan. However, as indicated earlier on, that some of the things that were not achieved within a certain quarter, in the next quarter, they are achieved. Under Program 2, 4 interventions to support social empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities monitored. These targets were for quarter 3 and quarter 4. They were not achieved. I want to look at the reason. Oh, it just says it was not achieved due to procurement processes within the department. The next one progress report on the implementation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities socio-economic empowerment index. At that time, we didn't achieve it under quarter 4. However, we have since achieved it. We will report on it in the next quarters. Program 4, Program 3, they achieved 100% in everything that they had committed. Program 4, draft disability advocacy and mainstreaming strategy submitted to the minister and DG for approval. The Program 4 is the disability unit. It was not achieved then, however, it has been achieved now. So we will talk to that in the next, when we present quarter 1 of 2025-2026. One research report on the impact of climate change on persons with disabilities and their inclusion in climate action, mitigation, and adaptation strategies produced. It was not achieved during these quarters. However, now it has been achieved. We have even gone through the DG's clusters to present it so that it can go to cabinet for approval. Some of the programs that Minister have already spoken to is the farming project and the bakery project. The aim of this project was that we established projects in the 10 poorest districts in order to use them as training centers for women, youth, and persons with disabilities to be trained so that they can be substantive farmers and they can be able to do the bakery or bake cakes and sell on all those things. However, due to the fact that it is not something that is within our mandate, National Treasury couldn't give us funding, but the relevant departments were not coming on board. So the 2 projects, as Minister had already indicated, we've taken them out of the APP because the National Treasury was saying it's not our mandate. However, it doesn't mean that we have stopped. We are encouraging or advocating for NYDA to be involved in such programs, and we're hoping that one day agriculture will also come on board and facilitate this. The South African Youth Development Bill, it was not achieved, as a minister also indicated that the process of developing legislation, you have the state law advisor, which has to give the preliminary certification and the certification after, but also you have the CS process where you have to submit whatever legislation that you are doing to the presidency so that they can check whether it will comply with the socio-economic impact or, all those things. That process takes long, but not only that, after some time it expires. Meanwhile, we are busy with the law reform, with the state law advisors. If they take too long, then you have to go back and apply again to that CS office and all those things. So it's those things. However, the bill, Minister will be tabling the bill in cabinet soon for cabinet to approve that it's sent for public consultation. The South African National Defence Force led youth service, quarter 3 and quarter 4, it was not achieved because there are many challenges. First of all, it's led, as we say, SANDF led National Youth Service. This project was conceptualized by the department in fact, by the department, and then met with National Defense to take the program because they have the capacity to implement. They agreed. It was launched by the then two ministers, Minister Dlamini Zuma and Minister Thandi Modise. But the challenge is that it does not have a budget. That's what delays it. However, first quarter, South African National Defense did implement a program where they trained about 500 young persons on character building. So the programs will be implemented in a certain period. So the only two programs, Chairperson, that we can say we did not achieve is the farming projects and the bakery projects, because we've even taken them out from our APP. But the others we continue. If it's okay, Chairperson, I would like to present quarter 1 so that we can fast track the time. If it's okay
Please
with
proceed.
the Chairperson. Thank you. Bongi, quarter 1. Also, with quarter 1, I will not dwell on what has been achieved. I'll focus on what has not been achieved, even though I'll indicate what we have achieved. You'll go straight to slide 9, Bongi. No, 8. Do 8 before, yes. Overview, Chairperson, of the performance information in quarter 1. Overall performance target, it's 32. Targets, 26 were achieved, 6 were not achieved, which is 84%. Let's go to the next. Under administration had 4 targets and they achieved 2. 2 was not achieved. Can we go to slide 11? Thank you very much. Percentage of all valid invoices paid within 30 days. 100% payment of all targets. We achieved 98.28%. There are two reasons. I was checking the reasons. One is sometimes the delay from the end user to process the invoices. However, also due to competing priorities, sometimes we have to decide that this is what we're going to pay, this we will not pay, because over expenditure sometimes leads to unauthorized expenditure where someone has to go to the to go to Scopa in order to respond. So sometimes we manage the resources. And Chairperson, not forgetting that the department now has this responsibility for hosting G20. So we also have to reprioritize the budgets from within, because also the department was allocated provinces where it has to host. We're allocated Northwest, we're allocated Mpumalanga and Gauteng. So for strategic reason, for international strategic reasons, that different departments have been allocated different provinces. So those are some of the things that would make us to be able to say, okay, let's delay this payment, let's pay this one later. Next slide, Bongi. Slide 15. Okay. Also here is 30% procurement spent on entities owned by young persons. We achieved 24.73%. As Minister had already indicated, that youth is a moving target, whether in terms of employment or in terms of procurement. Today, some who are involved are youth. Tomorrow, they are adults, or they are considered adults and therefore fall out of the system. The CFO will explain when the presentation comes or when questions are asked that National Treasury doesn't assess you based on when you're issuing the tender. They assess you at the time when you are paying. And sometimes it could be 6 months, it could be a year, and all those things. So all those things, they make your target to fluctuate. However, we also working with national treasury so that people can be able to update their information regularly within the, what do they call it, CSD, the system of NY of National Treasury. Chairperson, as you can see, Bongi, next slide. I just want to show, though we've achieved this with youth, this quarter, we've achieved 8.32. Sometimes it becomes lower, sometimes it's, but we have increased. We're trying by all means in order to be able to ensure that we reach out to persons with disabilities. Bongi, slide 19. Number of interventions to support women, youth, and persons with disabilities, participation within key identified economic sectors such as agriculture, sanitary dignity program, women in trade, green industries, and the others. As indicated earlier on, that we might have removed them from our APP, those projects, but as a department, we always advocate so that other departments that have the mandate that they implement. So here it says one intervention under output quota, one output, one intervention of women, youth, and persons with disabilities participating within key identified economic sectors, agricultural sector implemented. This was achieved. However, what happened? DPME, Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, regulates the submission of the quarterly reports to DPME. The POE that shows that they have achieved arrived after the date that it was supposed to have been included. So that's why it's red, but it was actually achieved. So that means it will be achieved in this quarter's report. They will submit it again, and then it will reflect as achieved in this quarter, the second quarter. Slide 34, Bongi. Number of concept note proposing the establishment of disability working groups, MOUs, bilateral commissions, advocated for and mainstreamed. Under quarter one, it says one concept note proposing the establishment of a disability working group developed. I think there has been a mistake here because the concept note has been developed and it was submitted even to DECO, and there has been a meeting with the G20 members that are responsible for disability. So we will have to amend this, but it was achieved. I have checked the meeting that resulted from the concept note. I apologize, Chairperson. Bongi, slide 38. Thank you. As indicated that the department with the South African National Youth Services, we are relying on South African National Defence Force-led NYS. And I am aware that they held a training program. However, we have not yet received the report with regard to that. That's why we have written it as not achieved. However, the department also to assist that process is planning to host, was planning to host the Youth in Daba before June. However, they couldn't host it. Now it's planned for end of September. The Youth in Daba is so that it can the department can expose young persons in different kinds of careers or professions, whether it's digital economy and all the others. However, because they couldn't host it in June, it has been moved to end of September. That's why it's written as not achieved. However, it will be achieved in the next quarter. 40, slide 40. I've explained even earlier that the South African Youth Development Bill process will be sent to Cabinet soon. In the first quarter, that's when we discovered that the CS certificate has expired. When it went to the DGs clusters, the DGs sent it back. They will not approve for it so that we can submit to the minister for the minister to submit in cabinet because of the CS certificate which has expired. However, the bill will be submitted to cabinet for approval so that it is gazetted for public consultation. Chairperson, these are the reports from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I will then request, through your permission, Mbazima to present the HR report.
Thanks, DG. Bongi, can you project for the HR oversight report? Thanks, Bongi. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. This is an oversight report for the last quarter. It's cumulative from quarter one of which is 1 April 2024 to 31 March 2025. Next slide. So in terms of the quarters, we can look at the last quarter, which is quarter four, but it's more or less the same quarter three and quarter four. It's quarter four, the 140 approved posts, fill 125, funded vacancies were 15, which translated to 10.7% that DG indicated, which is above the target of 10%. SMS vacancies were 6, and which translate into 14% vacancies at SMS. Representation of women in senior management services positions were 59.5%. Representation of youth under 35, there were 16.5. You can see there's a decrease in terms of the percentages. And then representation of persons with disability were 5.5. And for the last financial year, it was 3%, so we're above the national target by 2.5%. The average number of annual leave days per employee, 31.7. And the average number of sick leave days per employee is 2.76. And training opportunities provided 111. And the signed performance agreements with it yet SMS 37, which translate into 86.1%. Next slide, Bongi. The 10.7% constituted of this, the position that are highlighted, the 15 of them, which the Deputy Director General Monitoring, Evaluation, Research and Coordination, which is salary level 50. In terms of the planning for now, we plan to fill it by December this year. We just finalized the capturing and everything. We're just reconciling some information now. It will be available by tomorrow or later today. The Chief Director, International Relations, Stakeholder Management and Capacity Building, Director, Security and Work Environment, and Director, Governance and Compliance Youth. And that became vacant in January after the untimely death of one of our colleagues. And Director, Strategic Planning and Reporting, Director, Monitoring, Deputy Director, Internal Audit. The recruitment of that post as Director, Internal Audit is underway. Deputy Director, ICT, it was vacant in the last financial year, but it's filled from 1 April this year. Assistant Director, OD, Organizational Development and Job Evaluation. Recruitment of it, it's underway as well. Assistant Director, Strategic Planning and Reporting. Shortlisting and has been scheduled for this Friday. And Assistant Director, Advocacy and Mainstreaming recruitment also is underway. Internal Auditor, the recruitment also is underway. Administrative Assistant, Office of the Director General, it was filled as well. The receptionist, DM filled. The household aid, Minister, at that time it was not filled, but currently is filled. Next slide. Then these are contract appointments at that time. And the contract appointments, majority of them, the 1, 2, 3, they are in the GBV Secretariat. And there's a driver messenger and also the personal aid that were appointed. But some of them, the appointments were just early, but now they are not there. Like number 8, fraud ethics is not there. Planning and reporting officer is not there. Obviously, they were just at the beginning. The graphic designer also is not there. The deputy director, now it's organizational development supporting program 2, not corporate management. Admin officer legal services is not there. The contract expiring, same IT technician, same assistant director governance and regulation. So the last position there, admin officer, it's part of the GBV secretariat that is there. Next slide, Bongi. Yes, these are terminations. These terminations, there are 51 terminations. Resignations are 5. Retirement are 2. Transfer to other public service departments are 4. Expiry of contract, there are 38, like I indicated, the majority of them. And the death, unfortunately, were 2 untimely deaths, which translate into 51 number of people who left the system, the termination. Next slide. These are labor relations cases. Misconduct cases 1, grievances, and then we had 22 to resolve. The other one were outstanding up to this the first quarter. And the dispute, we had 1 dispute, which may have been referred to a labor court. And then labor court cases, there were 3 labor court cases pending and 1 high court pending. 2 arbitration lodged with the council, 1 finalized, 1 pending. And the precautionary suspension, it's 1, we had one employee on precautionary suspension since October. The extension has been approved by the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing until it's finalized. And there's no strike action involved during that time. Sesibonge, if possible, can you also flight Q1 presentation at 2025-26? It's more or less, there's nothing different, but I need to present it quickly. Q1 at 25-26. Yeah, thanks very much. I need to apologize also the date, we didn't change it from the 16th to the 9th, but it's yeah, I'm sorry. I pick it up later, they didn't change. Honorable Chairperson, is the same, the format is the same, like I indicate, it's a cumulative, the HR oversight report is from 1 April this year, 2025 to March 2026 on a quarterly basis. We generate these reports and they are from PESA. Next slide. So like I'm saying, the approved post 140, filled 127, funded vacancies as Q1, there were 13 because there were 2 positions that we indicated they were filled, then that reduced the vacancy rate to 9.3, which is below the national target of 10%. And SMS vacancies, there were 6, which translated into 13.9%. The representation of women in senior management position, 59.5, and the representation of youth, 19.9%. There was a slight increase from 16%. Representation of persons with disabilities was 5.5. Average number of annual leave days per employee, 6.2. And the sick leave days per employee, 2.2. And there were no training opportunities provided because the first one in the main is the time when we're developing a workplace skills plan submitted to PCETA for validation. So when they gave us the response and everything, it was already outside the first quarter. And the signed performance agreements by 35 SMS members and then translate into 85.4%. Next slide. Yeah, these are the positions like we indicated now. There are 13 positions like I've indicated. The majority of positions, they were coming from the previous slide coming into this one. So in terms of the planning to fill those dates is December. The household here, Minister, is the one that has been filled from this quarter as well. Next slide, Sesibonge. In terms of the contract appointments, like I indicated in the previous slide, contract appointments that we concentrated more in terms of the GBV Secretariat, which are 5 positions in the GBV Secretariat, which are director, not 3 deputy directors, and 1 admin officer in the GBV Secretariat, and the rest, and the personal aides, and the rest of other contracts could not be renewed for now because of budgetary constraint and other logistics that were in the department. And then the next slide says, Bongi. Well, the terminations this time for it's 19 position, 1 resignation, and 18 expiry of contract, like I indicated. One of those other contracts, quarter before even the end of quarter one, I think it was the first month that they lapsed those contracts, so they could not go beyond that. So now 1 resignation. There are 19 terminations in the first quarter. And then let's go to the next slide, which is the last slide, is the labor relations. There are no changes. The only changes, if you see in the previous one, in terms of grievances, there were 22. If you look at currently, there were 7 grievances, which is bullet number 4. And then 5, they were pending from the previous and 2 previous quarter, and 2 previous quarter were finalized but not resolved at that one. But as we present the second quarter, you will see the grievances, we are dealing with them. And the other one, the status quo remains the same. The disciplinary hearing, in terms of the first bullet, it has been since last week, Monday, until this Friday. The chairperson has set aside the whole 2 weeks to make sure that this disciplinary case, because it has been going on for quite some time, it needs to be finalized, if possible, by this Friday. So I think that's the one that I needed to update members. Thanks very much. Even DG. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to call the CFO. CFO.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DM, and colleagues. Usbongi, can you please flag the quarter 4 presentation for me? Thank you, Usbongi. Please go to slide number 2. Thank you. Chairperson and members, I'm going to present the financial performance of the department as at end of quarter 4. These are preliminary figures before the closure of the books of the department for the 2024-25 financial year. If one look on the slide, the total operational budget of the department for the 2024 was 217,834,000, and the expenditure was 208,172,000, with a balance of 9,662,000, and the expenditure translated to 95.6% of the operational budget. For the 2 entities, the total amount of the 2 entities were fully transferred to the entities by the end of the financial year. And when one takes into account the overall allocation of the department, that includes the 2 entities amounting to 1 billion, the percentage spent by the department by the end of quarter 4 is 99.1%. Next slide, please. In terms of variances across the programs, administration, which is program 1, spent 96.3% of the allocated budget, and the underspending in this program is mainly in compensation of employees and will be reallocated through the viament process to offset the overspending on COE in other programs. And the viament process that the department embarked on is in line with the guidelines provided within the PFMA and the Treasury regulations. In program 2, advocacy mainstreaming for the rights of women, they've spent 83.3%, and the underspending is as a result of funds being reprioritized within this program to address spending pressures that existed within the department. The unspent funds will be redirected to areas facing budgetary constraints, particularly within the goods and services, through the environment process at year end in line with PFMA and Treasury regulation requirements. Under monitoring, evaluation, research and coordination, there was a bit of pressure in this program, and the overspending of 2.8% is mainly attributed to the spending pressures experienced linked to mandatory international travel that the minister alluded to in her opening remarks. Next slide, please. Program 4, Rights of Persons with Disabilities. There was a bit of pressure in this program, and the overspending in the program is mainly due to the appointment of the 4 personal aides as per the directive of reasonable accommodation to assist permanent officials with a sight impairment. The department is unable to budget for the personal aides upfront, as these are contract position. Each official requiring a personal aide is allowed to recommend their preferred aide, who is then appointed on a contract basis. Lastly, Program 5, Youth, spent 82.3%, and the underspending in this program is primarily due to a commitment for the midterm evaluation study on the National Youth Policy 2020-2030, amounting to 900,000, and there were also funds that were reprioritized from this program to address spending pressures in Program 1 and 3 within the goods and services budget of the department. Next slide, please. In terms of the performance of the department per economic classification, you would see that the major underspending from the 9.6 million is within the compensation of employee, which is 9 million, on goods and services 247, transfers and subsidies 43,000, and on payments for capital asset 369,000. Next slide, please. The underspending in compensation of employee is due to long turnaround times in the recruitment processes that were dependent on the Minister of the Public Service and Administration directive outlining control measures to support executive authorities in effectively managing fiscal sustainability when creating and filling certain vacant posts, which states that prior to obtaining approval to advertise and fill a vacant post, departments must first obtain confirmation of funds from National Treasury and thereafter seek DPSA concurrence. This process delayed the filling of a position because it took close to 2 to 3 months for the department to obtain such confirmation to be able to fill the position. And this directive was withdrawn effective 1 April 2025. There is currently no e-recruitment system in place in the department, forcing HR to manually process a large volume of applications submitted via emails. This has led to significant challenges in the shortlisting process, delaying the timely filling of vacancies. The job evaluation system was suspended, and when it was operational, there was no designated job analyst to assess roles before advertising vacancies. The process was dependent on the DPSA. On goods and services, the unspent funds in this expenditure category are a result of commitments made in the fourth quarter, but invoices were not received before the end of the financial year. The invoices were subsequently received and processed for payment in the first quarter of the current financial year. Under foreign governments and international organizations, the department spent 71.4% of the allocated budget. The allocation under this economic classification was earmarked for the payment of the annual Commonwealth subscription. The expenditure is influenced by the exchange rate at the time of payment. Under household, there was a pressures in this category of expenditure, and this is due to the payment of the loss of office gratuity to the former minister, as well as leave gratuities for officials who have resigned or retired. The excess expenditure will be addressed by reallocating unspent funds from the compensation of employees' budget to cover the pressures that existed in this category in compliance with the PFMA Act and the Treasury Regulation. This was subsequently done during the period of preparation of the annual financial statement, and the approval was granted by National Treasury to redirect the unspent funds from COE to address the pressures in this area of expenditure. On payments for capital assets, the expenditure was 94.2%, and the underspending is mainly attributed to the delays in submission of invoices by the service providers for the official cellular phones that were procured during the financial year. The invoices were subsequently received in this current financial year and processed accordingly for payment. Next slide, please. In terms of irregular, fruitless expenditure, my apologies, it should read Q4. The department did not incur any regular expenditure as at end of March, 31 March 2025. It should read March. Apologies, Chairperson. On fruitless expenditure, we did not incur fruitless expenditure as at 31 March. However, there were 2 cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that were identified after the department booked venues for conferences that ultimately did not take place. As a result, both service providers imposed a 100% cancellation fee. By the end of the financial year, these 2 cases were still under the assessment process that is conducted by internal audit to confirm that indeed there was a fruitless expenditure. Next slide, please. In terms of the audit action plan, the department had 11 findings during the 2023-24 financial year, and out of the 11 findings, 5 were addressed, 3 were still in progress, and 3 were not addressed. The audit action plans for strategic management were not implemented primarily due to capacity constraints resulting from vacant posts that the DG alluded to, which are currently in the process of being filled. These findings were also linked to the annual performance report and were monitored during the preparation of the annual performance report for the department. One of the 2 findings in SCM related to assets not included in the fixed asset register, and these findings were scheduled to be addressed during the final verification process leading to the preparation of the annual financial statements. And during the audit that was conducted by AG, no finding of this nature was identified by AG. The partially implemented finding in the finance unit will be carried to the current financial year and monitored accordingly. Next slide, please. This is the summary of the deviations and variations for the Q4. The first is the extension of the contract for the travel management services, and the extension was necessary to accommodate the process of due diligence that was done by internal audit. There were delays in receiving the report due to capacity constraint that existed in the internal audit unit at the time, and it was also to accommodate the advertisement of the tender for 21 days and also the bid evaluation process that would commence after the tender has been closed. The next one is the deviation for the procurement of the Explorer, DSTV Explorer for the minister and the deputy minister. The MHC was the cheapest service provider that was available to provide this DSTV. The other one is the single source for venues and facilities that related to the hosting of the South African Regional High-Level Conference and Advancing Economies of Women in SADC and Africa that was scheduled to take place on 2021 February. The emergency services were provided by the Department of Health from the city of Johannesburg, and this was a single source procurement. The ICT in terms of upgrading and migrating of the department website from one platform to the other by SITA, it was mainly to ensure continuity of services in terms of the migration of the website, wherein the existing service provider that was managing the website of the department was then appointed to ensure that the migration would be implemented successfully. There was venues and facilities wherein we obtained less than 3 quotations, wherein the department, they went through the market, there were no responses, and wherein you can demonstrate that you tested the market and the response was poor, you then apply for the deviation and it should be justified before it can be approved. And the venue and facilities amounted to 26,000. The appointment of a maintenance contract for the CCTV camera for a period of 3 years. We appointed the service provider that provided the CCTV cameras through a single source appointment, given that we could not bring in another service provider to maintain and repair the equipment and the services that were offered by another service provider. In terms of the appointment of a safety officer and EMS services for We Corner presidential annual event that was held in 28 March, the Gauteng Province Health Services is responsible for provision of EMS services, hence the appointment directly from the GP Health. Next slide, please. Thank you. Can we then proceed to Q1?
Yes.
Yes, let's just be mindful of the time, please. We also still have to engage with the AOP.
Okay, Chair, I'll just go high level. Thank you. Uspongi, Q1, please. Slide 2, please, Uspongi. Thank you, Chair. The performance of the department as at end of Q1, the percentage spent by the department against the operational budget of 239,644 is 19.2%. And for CGE, the department transferred 25% of the allocated 97 million. And for the NYDA, 30% of the allocated 1 million. Overall, the percentage spent of the department as at end of Q1 is 27.7% of the 1.3 billion allocated. Next slide, please. On compensation of employee, the department spent 22.7%, goods and services 16%, transfers and subsidies 0.4%, and on capital 0.4%. The entities combined, the percentage spent is 29.6%. Next slide, please. The underspending in compensation of employee by the end of the quarter is due to the interdepartmental claims for the 3 officials that are seconded to the department from the Department of Transport that have been requested from the employer department and were not received. These claims were subsequently received during quarter 2 and they were processed for payment. As indicated in the previous presentation, the department does not have the capacity within HR to handle the demand for a shortlisting of high volume of applications that are submitted via email that delays the shortlisting process and effectively delaying the filling of vacancies in the department. The absence of a e-recruitment system also contributes towards the delay. Next slide. I'm trying to move with speed. Under goods and services, the underspending was affected by the travel IT system and bus not interfacing. The expenditure in this category that did not realize due to the failed interface on bus. A call was logged with a bus support and we're awaiting the correction and clearing of the SITA code error. This was subsequently addressed during this quarter and this matter was resolved. The lower spending under business and advisory services is due to the projected salaries and wages for the Secretariat on National Council on GBV. The salaries amounts to 3.4 million and is allocated within the goods and services, and these funds will be shifted from goods and services to compensation of employee during the adjusted budget period as directed by National Treasury. That the full allocation of the 5 million must be reflected within the goods and services from the beginning of the financial year. And also there was underspending that is linked to collaborations that the department enters into with other stakeholders, mainly Gauteng province, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest province on G20 consultations. During the G20 consultations, venues and transport was provided for public participant. It was sponsored by the respective provincial government. The gazetting of the 8th annual compliance report for disability was not finalized, and the printing will be done in the second quarter, and as well as the postponement of the youth employment in Daba that was moved to a future date. Next slide, Uspongi. Under provinces and municipalities, the budget in this category of expenditure is set aside for payment of motor vehicle license disc, and they will be paid in the second and third quarter. On foreign and government international organization is the allocation earmarked for the payment of the annual Commonwealth subscription fee. The expenditure is normally realized during the second quarter. Household, the expenditure in this category is to be realized, and it is for the leave gratuity of officials that would resign or retire from the public sector. On payments of capital asset, the department planned to procure 4 VIP motor vehicles according to the ministerial handbook, and each vehicle is limited to 800,000 as per the threshold within the handbook, including VAT and security features. At the time of sourcing quotations from the National Treasury RT57 contract, the contract amounts exceeded the threshold of 800,000. The department at that time intended to make an application to National Treasury to seek approval to exceed the threshold of 800,000. However, subsequently, the threshold was revised by National Treasury to 1.1 million. Next slide. On irregular and fruitless, no expenditure was recorded during the quarter. In terms of the audit findings that were raised during the 2024 financial year, the audit for the 2024 financial year was still in progress by the end of the first quarter, and it was finalized on 31 July. The department obtained a clean audit with immaterial findings, and these are findings, Chairperson, that if they are ignored and not addressed, they may escalate and lead to material findings that would potentially have an adverse impact on the audit opinion. This finding did not have an impact on the audit opinion that were raised by HG. We are going to develop an audit action plan. The planned date was that we'll finalize it on 30 August. We are having a meeting this week to conclude on this process. However, between the period when findings are raised by AG and confirmed by the department, managers are aware that they need to start putting measures in place to address this finding to ensure that they do not reoccur. The progress on implementation of the audit action plan will be reported during the second quarter. Next slide, please. Chairperson, these are the deviations that were approved during quarter one. The first deviation, it was a deviation for the venue for the empowerment of a women working group and the global financial inclusion conference that was held in Sun City. If I may share with the committee, for all the provinces where G20 meetings are held, DERCO identified 4 venues within each province, and before they screened these venues, what then the department do is to do a site visit to all these venues to go and assess and determine suitability of the venues in terms of the numbers that must be capacitated. Out of the 4 venues that were identified by DERCO in Northwest, Sun City was the suitable venue, and that is the cost of both the Global Financial Inclusion conference as well as the Empowerment of Women Working Group meeting that was held in Sun City. The second deviation was a single source appointment, and this is an in-house catering company that is appointed by the University of Northwest. When we have engagements with the universities and Parliament, we are compelled to use the catering service providers that are appointed by these institutions. And we also had an extension of the TMC contract. This was to afford the internal audit to conclude their due diligence on the evaluation process that was undertaken by the PEC. And due to the capacity constraints, there were delays from internal audit, considering that at this period, internal audit was also focusing on the review processes of the annual financial statement, the annual report, performance information, as well as the human resource oversight report that must be deposited to the annual report. Thank you, Chairperson. In the interest of time, let me end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to ask the ARC just to come in for 10 minutes, please, so that we can go to our members to engage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister as well, the DG, and the Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, I see that we have very limited time, and so I will just go into the material salient issues in our report, Chair. If you can just move to the second slide, CE. Chairperson, the material issues I'll be speaking to then are the third, fourth, and fifth bullet. Second, third, and fourth bullet, the third and fourth quarter ARC oversight report for the 24-25 financial year, as well as the first quarter ARC oversight report for the 24-25 financial year. Chairperson, insofar as the composition of the Audit and Risk Committee, we are composed of 6 members, Chair, with one having subsequently resigned and having been replaced. That's Ms. Maluleke, who has subsequently been replaced by Ms. Yonela. And I can confirm that during the period under review, Chairperson, the RSC has maintained its independence. But those are more of the academic issues of every report that we submit to the Portfolio Committee. But I want to highlight in slide 3, Chairperson, that we played oversight on the areas of financial management, internal and external audit, the risk management, implementation of the audit action plan to correct the AG's audit findings, ICT, HR, as well as the litigation and labor matters. We have subsequently, Chairperson, conducted our meetings as prescribed in our charter as well. But I want to highlight then the limitations that we had, Chairperson, insofar as the effective discharge of the ARC's responsibilities, which have been hindered by the inadequate HR resources within the department, and in particular, Chair, the internal audit function, which then provides assurance to the ARC. But I will speak to this a little later on in my report, Chair. Next slide. On the third quarter, insofar as performance information, Chair, as it has already been submitted, 75% of targets had not been achieved, and 25 had been achieved, Chair, and 25 were not achieved as of the third quarter. So based on the assurance obtained from internal audit regarding the inadequacy of the explanations, we were satisfied with the reasons provided for the targets not met. But primarily, Chair, in both the third and the fourth quarter, the targets that were not met were mainly attributed to the issue of financial constraints, as it were. Just by way of example, Chair, the farming projects and the establishment of bakeries. And the Honourable Committee would have noted, Chair, that we did recommend that management ensure that they do not set targets for which they do not have funding for. We've also then advised, insofar as the material defects that were in the performance report, which then hindered, Chair, the usefulness of certain sections of the report. Just by way of example, Chairperson, there were inconsistencies that we picked up between the APP and the quarterly reporting. We've also then picked up that performance was not supported by adequate evidence, but it was reported as achieved. But with the assurance of internal audit, it was then indicated that these defects were subsequently corrected, Chair. Slide 5. Okay. Slide 5, Chair, is already as submitted by management insofar as their budget. But what we want to highlight, Chair, is the underspending, which I imagine the Portfolio Committee would have substantial interest in. Much of that underspending is attributed to the vacancy, the vacant positions. Already to that, Chair. So I will not go into slide 5. If you can move to slide 6. Under the financial management, what is material to pick up from there, Chairperson, is that the department has reported that the implementation of corrective actions on the audit findings is being monitored through its audit steering committee, which convenes on a monthly basis, which then we receive reports on a quarterly basis as the Audit and Risk Committee. So we continue then to play oversight in that regard. But also, Chair, what is also then important to highlight is that during the third quarter, there was no unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was reported. However, materially, Chair, the fourth quarter, there were 2 cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that were identified. And as CFO has indicated, these are from booked venues for conferences which were not then utilized. To this effect, Chairperson, the internal audit is then attending to its fact-finding process, which will then inform what would be the necessary action then going forward. In the second quarter, that is when we expect that internal audit will be reporting on its fact-finding process, Chairperson. Slide 7. Thank you. Slide 7, Chair, I think what is important to pick up is that seemingly there was no change on the finding resolution status compared to the third quarter. So as at the third quarter and the fourth quarter, there had been no change insofar as resolving the findings or implementing the audit action plan as per the findings of the AG. Again, Chairperson, this is attributed to not having sufficient warm bodies to deal with the resolutions of these matters. Okay. And another important issue, Chairperson, is with regards to the finding insofar as the payments of with regards to the payment of the invoices, Chair, which were late. Chair, I want us to note that the late payment of invoices, management has attributed this to budgetary constraints that were applied in the 24-25 financial year, and they remained on the books as at the following year. So in the event that payments would have been made out, Chair, this would have attracted unauthorized expenditure. And so that was then the rationale for those payments not having been made. Next slide, please. Okay. Internal audit for quarter 3 and quarter 4. Chair, in the third quarter, 4 audit projects were planned. 3 projects were completed, and these were reported to both management. There was one which was not performed. There were ad hoc projects that were conducted during this quarter. So the one that was not achieved was the deviation. Was the audit for the deviation from the normal procurement processes. And in the fourth quarter, 3 audit projects were planned, 2 projects were completed, and as a result, the results were reported to both management and Audit and Risk Committee. One project was not performed, and there was one ad hoc project which was conducted. So the review of the strategic plan for 24-25 and the annual performance plan, Chairperson, were not achieved, but safe to say, as at reporting in the first quarter, you would have noted, Chair, that internal audit has subsequently submitted its interim plan, and these activities are then planned for the second quarter, as it were. So there is an undertaking that these activities would have been concluded by the 30th of September. Okay, so insofar as due diligence, Chair, I think this is a great area of interest for Portfolio Committee. Internal audit has been conducting due diligence insofar as the procurement of goods and services, particularly for tenders over the amount of 500,000, Chair. This decision was taken for internal audit to perform this function in 2019-2020 financial year. And what I can confirm from this process, Chair, is that there is one project which relates to, one procurement which relates to the issue of the travel management appointments. To this effect, Chairperson, there is still a fact-finding process that is also then being undertaken by the internal audit, but I imagine management would also then be able to fully ventilate themselves on this issue, should the Portfolio Committee so wish. However, we are expecting a full report on this in the second quarter of reporting. Next slide. This is slide 10. Chairperson, I think here what is material is picking up on the planned audits that have not been resolved. The material inconsistency, errors in the APP, these have also not been resolved. Again, Chair, these are attributed to not having sufficient human capital to attend to these activities. But insofar as the contingent liabilities misstatement is concerned, as at submission for the fourth quarter, Chair, a request was made to the state attorney for the figures insofar as it relates to the litigation register on the contingent liabilities. So this was partially achieved in that a request was made and they were yet to receive information from the state attorney. So that was beyond the control of management, and that was then the submission that we received. Slide 10. Okay. On slide 10, insofar as the implementation of the audit action plan, as at the third quarter, the issue of the capital expenditure, which was misclassified, was not resolved, and it was resolved by the fourth quarter. Asset not recorded in the fixed register, I think the CFO has already spoken to this issue. And also on line 10, the late payment of on invoices. This issue still remained unresolved as at the fourth quarter. And again, this is attributed to that issue of the 23-24 financial year invoices, which have already made submissions on. Chair, insofar as the due diligence on procurement of goods and services above 500, I have already spoken to that issue, but I just want to highlight, Chairperson, that there is an undertaking from the Office of Internal Audit to then look into tenders that are awarded below 500,000, as well as requests for quotation processes, and not just looking into the awarded tenders. So this is an undertaking insofar as the activities for quarter 2, 3, and 4 going forward. Once we received once we receive the annual implementation plan by the internal audit, as it were, Chair. So there is an intention to extend the scope of the due diligence. However, due to the constraints, once more in internal audit, I'm not certain that that undertaking will certainly be adhered to, but it would form part of the plan of internal audit and will continue to play oversight insofar as the progress of those audits are concerned, Chair. Next slide, please. Okay, insofar as risk management, Chair, there were 25 risk mitigation actions that were developed for 5 strategic risks that were identified, Chairperson, from 24-25 financial year. And as at the third quarter, there was an 84% mitigation risks that were implemented and 0 that were not implemented. So safe to say, Chair, even in the fourth quarter, we were seeing that there were risk mitigation actions that were implemented, 84% of which were implemented, 16 were partially implemented. Chair, but you will see that there was no movement between the third and the fourth quarter insofar as the strategic risks are concerned. This is attributed again, Chair, to the lack of human capital in risk management. As it stands, Chair, there is but one personnel in the risk department, and that is the chief risk officer himself. So again, that retards the progress that would be made insofar as making sure that the risk mitigation actions are implemented. So those are the shortcomings and how it affects the work of risk management. You'll also notice, Chairperson, the operational risks as well. There is but a slight improvement between the first and between the third and the fourth quarter. However, you will see that there's an increase in the fourth quarter of risk mitigation actions that were not implemented. Again, Chair, this attributes to there being only one person in the risk department. Management reported that the primary reason for the non-compliance of most risk mitigation actions was lack of adequate human and financial resources. I think that is the theme throughout the entire reporting from both the audit and risk and the management. Insofar as the ICT, next slide, slide 12. Okay, I will talk to Chairperson. I won't go into detail insofar as the ICT environment overview is concerned, but I would want to go into the ICT governance and oversight. Chair, there is, okay, there would be a development of the framework, ICT framework for the 25-26 financial year. These are policies, the ICT service management policy, the system development lifecycle policy, IT business continuity policy, etc., and then the standard operating procedures as well. Insofar as it relates to the information technology procurement standard operating procedure and the configuration management database. Chair, these are also then yet to be developed, as it were, but as at quarter 3 and quarter 4. If you could just pardon me, Chair, I'm just trying to quickly find my notes on this one.
Okay, we need to wrap up, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, no, pardon me, Chair. I think I'll just go straight to the challenges. I want to highlight the challenges in ICT, Chair. Firstly, there was an issue that ICT had with the CETA services, that is the delayed response times and the lack of accountability. And Chair, what has subsequently happened is that there was engagement through the DTO Council to resolve this issue, but the Audit and Risk Committee Chair did recommend that there should be a DG to DG interaction in order to bring this matter to finality. And as at the reporting to ourselves, Chair, in the last quarter, is that indeed this matter has then subsequently been resolved. I don't want to labor the issue of the resource constraints insofar as human capital, Chair, because that is an echoing theme, even in ICT. Okay, there's the performance in the first quarter. Chair, I think I would want to move to slide. Okay, I know I'm meant to be concluding, Chair, but I would want to go into the recommendations that we made specifically on internal audit under slide 18. So we noted the 2 internal audit positions as well as the fixed term contract positions, Chair, which need to be filled by October of 2025. We recommended that the department consider sourcing interns through the CETA to help alleviate the HR shortages within internal audit. And then we noted that the expenditure against the internal audit budget should be reported in the internal audit progress report, aligned with the approved plan. Okay, there's the issue of the due diligence review that we have requested the extension thereof for areas that are for tenders below 500 to ensure that there's tighter controls within the internal audit, but also overall to establish a strong internal audit unit, as it were. I don't want to then talk to the risks, but I think in conclusion, Chairperson, the issue of the key vacancies needs to be resolved as a matter of urgency, Chair, because it weaves into every unit of the department. And insofar as it would relate to HR, Chair, in as much as we want the vacancies to be filled, there is not even sufficient capacity within HR for them to make sure that those vacancies are filled. So it has a complete downward spiral. And I want to also then highlight, Chair, the difficulties in internal audit and how it really affects the work of the Audit and Risk Committee, to the extent where we even, the DG had to borrow us her PA to assist with minutes taking and making sure that our resolution register is also there in order. So that also affects, adversely affects the work of the Audit and Risk Committee. So we would really implore the Portfolio Committee to assist the department insofar as securing additional resources that are required, both human and financial as well. But also we want to highlight our concession with the audit, the clean audit finding, as it were, from the Auditor General. But to highlight once more, Chair, that with these shortcomings, we and adverse audit finding in this financial year, Chair. With that, I so submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate. Honourable members, it's now your time to raise your hand. But I think this is a very critical point. And I think if we walk away from this meeting today, DG, we need to at least get an undertaking that the position of Deputy Director, Internal Audit and Internal Auditor will be filled without further delay. Because I note from my notes that the first deadline to fill the position of Deputy Director, Internal Audit was January 2025. Later it was moved to April 2025, and now the date is November 2025. Internal Auditor, the first date that you had set for us in your presentations, you had said that that position will be filled in December 2024, then it became April 2025, and now it's December 2025. So we really need to walk away today from this meeting with a clear understanding that we'll meet these two deadlines and that there will be no further postponements of filling these vacant posts. I think it's critical posts that must be filled without further delay. I also think the idea that Advocate raised around interns that can be sourced in the meantime would be a good solution to take on board. But honourable members, you have now got your 7 minutes each, or we can make it less, your 5 minutes each. I see the hand of Honourable Adams. But let's take further hands, honourable members. Honourable Totetsi, Honourable Kanyile. Any further hands? Honourable Shabango. And Honourable Chauke Adonis. Okay, in that order, we'll start with you, Honourable Adams. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
You are, honourable member. Please proceed. We can also see you.
Thank you. Please allow me to close my camera. Good afternoon to all on the platform. Protocol observed for the Minister, Deputy Minister, and yourself, Chairperson. And let me also appreciate the presentations that was giving to us. Chairperson, I will straight go to my questions. What mechanism does the department have in place to strengthen monitoring systems and interdepartmental coordination? And then, Chair, there was an indication that there are targets that not have been met and are not removed in the department's planning because of lack of resources. Are there any partnership that the department is working on to have with NGOs, private sector, or donors in the 24-25 financial year to try and implement the programs? And then, Chair, regarding the South Africa Youth Development Bill, what are the specific contentions, issues, recurring further discussion? What is the concrete plan and timeline to achieve consensus and move the bill? For the SANDF-led NYS in Daba that was cancelled, Chair, what was the reason for and what alternative date have been proposed? My last one, what is the revised timeline for completing the draft disability advocacy and mainstreaming and strategy in Target 4 and the report on implementation plans in Target 5? And what are the immediate foreseeable challenges of these? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. Over to you, Honourable Totetsi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I see that you have put time now. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
So-
Honourable Member. It's just our time ran away with us, but please proceed. Thank you.
No problem, Chair. Now, I'd like to find out what informs the decline of youth within the employment force. This has been presented through the HR presentation, wherein there's a decline of from 19% of representation of youth to 16%, I think. What are the factors that inform such? Also on, there is a presentation that came from the CFO, which spoke of 71%, 71.4% of the monies paid to the obligations, the national obligations in the main. And then there was citing of the exchange rate, which would have informed the lack of reach of that 100%. Now, I just want to find out if that is as a result of over budgeting or any other factor in that regard. We can't run away from the concerns, Chair, over the amount spent on travel internationally. Of course, the minister would be arguing that the delegation is informed by the ministerial handbook and so forth. I just want to check if it has been followed to the latter. And secondly, with all the monies that have been spoken about, I think they're quite huge. I don't think events that are being attended to arise as a matter of ad hoc. Is there no way that proactive planning for this event can reduce the amount of money which we spend in these travels? I also want to check, Chair, as far as the research capacities involved is concerned of the department. What is it that is able to bring forth as the output? Does it have capacity in the main to even make projections of what areas or factors that can inform the quota labor survey outputs, and what is the position of young people and women and people with disability, and can it also be able to inform mitigating for factors so that as we speak to other entities of government, we're able to say the projections in terms of the economic outlook is that in the next 4 quarters, there will be a negative effect to young people, youth, to young people, women, and persons with disability. And if we can put these measures into place, you'll be able to avert such. I'm just gauging that the capacity of the research that we are conducting. There's wasteful expenditure which has been reported. I think it is of 2 events. I have checked everywhere. I might have missed it, but it does not come, it's not coupled with an expression of what is the monetary value of that wasteful expenditure. Perhaps if we can be abreast with that. The other one is that I'm concerned, Chair, with the pillar that is advocacy, and in the main advocacy, I think it's pillar 2. I'm concerned about how it finds expression. I think for me, this is the backbone of the department, since this is not the service delivery department. But the reports suggest that the farming projects which the department would have spoken about, of perhaps it was runners for us to put it as part of the targets, the bakery, the NYS. Although the DG would mention that these things are in the pipeline, but in terms of the report, they suggest that they are not achieved. For me, it gives an indication that we are not doing well in terms of our program for advocacy. And what are the plans to improve that aspect? Because it's important. I don't think that our people will be able to feel the impact of this department if the aspect of advocacy for the interest of the vulnerable groups is undermined. And can also the department probably just abreast us on the engagement with other entities that are supporting our democracy? We are speaking the gender responsive budgeting. We know that the highly influential entity which influence the process of budgeting in the country is the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Has there been any initiative on the part of the department to engage with this entity and really get a sense of what are the prospects of gender responsive budgeting being thoroughly enacted in the country? And if so, what is it that has to be done for that to happen? Just want to get a sense over and above interacting with entities that have been represented here to say that they've not been able to carry out the projects which have been canvassed by the department. Which other entities are you speaking to in order to strengthen the voice of the incorporation of women and youth interest in terms of the country as a whole? Chair, I honestly don't want to fight with you. Let me pause there. So that I allow other people to speak.
We
So
are
that I
not
allow other
fighting
people to speak.
today.
Thank you.
No, the days of fighting, it's over. Don't worry, Honourable Member. Thank you so much for those inputs and questions, Honourable Kanile.
Chair, thank you very much. Greetings to you and greetings to everyone in the meeting. I was struggling to unmute myself. I hope you can see me. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I also welcome the presentations that are before us today. I have been largely covered by Honorable Tsotetsi on some issues that I would have wanted to ask, especially with regards to the research capacity. I want to go into the presentation. The presentations that we received, they didn't have the slide numbers. I'll appreciate, I just saw today the ones that the department was presenting has the slide numbers. I am not sure if it was the latest version. In future, if the documents are updated, can you please just be given the copies? Chair, I just want to zoom in on the deviations and variations. I'm concerned with the amounts that we have seen there, and more especially when it comes to the issues of hotels that the department is paying for and catering. Also going into the hotel that the department is paying for in the Eastern Cape, at the request that is made by the Premier, because they have mentioned that I think it's for the training of the TTRs. Recent statistics, they indicate that the Eastern Cape has the highest rate of gender-based violence, and not only gender-based violence, as well as teenage pregnancies. What I want to find out is what value do we get for the money that we are spending on hotels and catering, and why is the department not motivating for these trainings to go into the townships, to go into the rural areas where these acts of gender-based violence they are taking place. About 2 days ago, there was an 85-year-old woman that was raped by a 32-year-old young man. You would want to expect that if we are serious about dealing with these issues, and we are serious about a proper monitoring and evaluation, this is the advice that we'll be giving to the department or to the province, indicating that can't you have this event at a local area? We rather pay for a hall, we rather pay for a marquee, but bring these programs, bring these trainings closer to the people. Because my understanding is that a hotel is in town and this training will take place there. And they indicated, I think it was a training for 19 people. And how deep can they go into the whole province in ensuring that the training that they have received yield results? I think we need to be results driven more than anything, because year in, year out, we sit with statistics that are indicating that the gender-based violence keeps rising within our country. While we monitor, I think it's very important to also ensure that the programs that we fund, the money goes exactly into addressing these issues. I also picked up the issue of the sanitary dignity program. There was a workshop that took place. It's a 2-day workshop, monitoring and evaluation in the Free State. I think we are all aware as a portfolio and a department that the Free State has been struggling for a longest time. One, going forward, would want to find out what was the outcome of this workshop? Were there any tangible results? Are we going to see any improvement when it comes to young persons or girl learners getting their sanitary dignity packs? And also on the sub-program, there was a sub-program that indicated that they have achieved their targets on the free sanitary dignity program for quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools. I would appreciate, Chairperson, going forward, if we can get an indication from the department that while they were doing their own monitoring, what exactly did they find out and what are their observations? Because with the presentations that we have received from the Department of Basic Education and Social Development, lots of presentations indicate that there isn't enough sanitary towels where they are being distributed that are reaching the girl learners, number one. Number two, we have always been raising the issue that the National Treasury is not ring-fencing this money for what it is meant for. We all know that it just goes direct into the provinces, but there is no tool that we're using to monitor that these sanitary dignity packs, they're actually reaching the girl child. So I understand that the department has indicated that their target has been reached, but I'd also like to get an indication from them that as a department that is monitoring, what are their observations? This will give us an opportunity to be able to also compare the presentations that we get from the Social Development, Basic Education, and from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Chair, I was also concerned when I noticed that there were late payments to service providers. And the reason for that, the department decided to withhold the payment because that was going to attract unauthorized expenditure. I think this is unacceptable. And we do not expect to see this in the next reporting, because this means when their department wanted to cover themselves, they decided to throw the service providers under the bus. It means the service provider was not able to pay for their staff. They were not able to pay for whoever that was assisting them in terms of delivering, and they have delivered. But the department is not paying them because they want to protect themselves. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable because you can find that majority of those service providers, it is women and persons with disabilities, the very same people that we claim to be representing within this portfolio. I think we need to take a leading role. We need to lead in how we look after our most vulnerable. Before we can be able to go and monitor other departments, we must lead by example. This is totally unacceptable, Chairperson, and I do believe this will never happen again. If there is a late payment, they'd rather give us any other reason, but they cannot tell us that there is a delayed payment because they did not want to attract and authorized expenditure. Chair, another thing that I just want to find out, I want to know if the department has a dress code policy, number one. Number two, I want to know if they do ensure that every official within this department do adhere to the dress code policy. Okay, I want to go back to this issue, Chair, of farming and bakery. The minister in her preamble indicated that she is noting that our recommendation was that we need to remove these functions because we are not the implementing department. We are a monitoring. We are not implementing, we are a monitoring department. But she also further, if I heard her correctly, indicated that the reason they were not able to achieve these programs, it is because of funding. While she also mentioned that she would like to appeal to the committee that they carry on maybe trying to do this project. I do support that, but I also believe that the department does not only need funding. The department needs to approach other departments that are dealing with this. I do believe that the farming, we have a Department of Agriculture that we can partner with here. Department of Land and Development that we can partner with. Maybe on the bakery, the department can approach the small business. I am not sure if they have explored that. I am also raising this, Chair. You are aware, there is a matter that we sent to the department in January of a woman that lives with a disability that asks for assistance to be guided in how she can procure the land, where she can farm, and she advised that they are actually a group of persons with disabilities. It is September today. We have not received any feedback, and I have been following up. Every time I follow up, I am being told that there is an official that is going to get back to me. But to this day, there is no one that has actually reached out to myself. The question that I have to the department, I would like to find out through you, Chairperson, does the department think they have an appetite to serve the very people that they are meant to look after? Because to me, them not responding to these requests, it is an indication that they are not interested. And it's only one request, just one. Imagine if we're sitting with 5 or 500 applications, it means we are not going to be able to get anywhere. And for me, this raises a very serious concern. And once again, Chairperson, I would like to reiterate that this portfolio, we need to lead by example. We have other portfolios that we need to monitor, that they are reaching their equitable target that has also been increased to 7%. If we also not looking the most vulnerable, we are not leading by example, I'm really not sure how are we going to be able to monitor other departments to ensure that they do what is expected from them. Chairperson, I'll pause here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Shabangu. Honorable Fisani Shabangu.
Hey, thank you, Chairperson. Wow, Fisani Shabangu. Thank you, Chairperson. I was, I've changed to a smaller gadget. Now I'm struggling to get everything that I need to touch before I speak. And I will just rise on the same protocols that was observed, just for the sake of time, and also the appreciation of the report that was presented here to us. I am not going to go into each and every achievement or the good things that the department has achieved for the sake of time, but we noted some of the things that were done correctly and the achievement, and one of them being the clean audit that the department has received. But having said that, Honorable Chair, the huge part of department's budget went to the NYDA and CGE. I would like to know if these entities have ever accounted for their allocation with the performance report. If yes, were they compliant, or there are compliant issues in what they've presented? Because we cannot have such entities and allocation from the department going to these entities and there is no report. I would believe that there is a performance report presented to the department, and one would be interested to know if there were compliance issues on the reports. I think other members have also spoken to the issue of vacant positions. And the one would just suggest here that the department need to look into this and also commit. We cannot just talk about it and then there is no indication of attending to this, because it will lead to underspending. We understand the issue of human resource, but something needs to be done to avoid the underspending that might result from this. On the issue of deviations and variations, Chairperson, I there were recommendations from the Audit Risk Committee based on the deviations. I am not going to go through of what were the recommendations. The department do have this recommendation, but based on the presentation that is given to us here on the deviations and variation, it does not convince me that the department took the recommendations that were given to them by the Audit Risk Committee. Otherwise, if they took into consideration those recommendations, we wouldn't be talking of the variations and deviations. Maybe they would have been reduced. So if they cannot remember what was said, we can give it to them in writing. I'm not going to go through those recommendations. And I want to write on what Honorable Tsiyamo has said about the expenditure on the what is it, study trips or whatever these trips. I know that the minister has indicated that she is guided by the ministerial handbook. I don't know when was it written or the amendments. I've never been a minister, but I hear what is being said. But it takes me to, I'm thinking of when was this handbook written? Because we cannot do the business as usually like in 1996 and today. The situation is not the same. We know that we do not have, the department does not have enough budget. So we cannot have all the officials, even the administrators, going for a study tour, and they are there, they are not even going to talk, or they are just there because the ministerial handbook says it must be A and B. I think my suggestion would be, considering the constrained budget that the department has, if there is a way of looking into that ministerial book and do some changes according to the budget that we have, it will be very much appreciated, because we cannot just say because the handbook says this, then we can spend so much. We have seen it, Honorable Chair, other departments going for these study tours, and people, they just enjoy shopping during the time where they're supposed to be in a meeting, because they're just there accompanying the minister. They do not have a role to play in whatever study tour that it's taken to overseas countries. We really need to look into our budget and try and adjust where we can adjust, because it's very much constrained. Chairperson, I think I was covered on some of the questions by Honorable Sotetsi. Let me pause there, Chair, for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mklonishwa. Honorable Megan Chalke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Before I proceed, may I humbly request that I keep my camera off for bandwidth purposes through you,
No
Chair.
problem, member.
Thank you very much. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and also our Minister and Deputy Minister and all officials that have joined us, and our support staff as well, and to those who are joining us. Chairperson, I am greatly covered by my fellow colleagues, and I think this is because of the passion that goes behind the work that we do as a portfolio committee, and really understanding and interpreting what is being presented to us, but also taking an appreciation of the presentation that has been made by the department. I think just to labor on some of the items that have been alluded to by my fellow colleagues, and I think the last one would be the one that was spoken to by Honorable Fisani, And this would be on the wasteful expenditure or over expenses that are incurred by the department regarding travel. Can we perhaps be finished with what that actually looks like in terms of financial implications? What were the causes of that over expenditure when it comes to the departmentals, international and local travel? And also perhaps what is the plan that is put in place to mitigate that going forward so that we do not find irregular expenditure taking place when it comes to the travel? And also perhaps on the travel is how does the department allocate or prioritize their continental or international travel as a department, and what are the intended outcomes of those particular travels? Chair, my second question would be on targets that have not been met. On the targets that have not been met in quarter 1, 2, and 3, and also just looking when we're going into 2025, 2026, in terms of the programs that have been outlined. One would want to find out which are the programs that have been repeatedly set over into the next year annual targets that are still yet to be achieved. If we're able to identify which are those that have been taken from one financial year into the next and till to date are still being carried over and not being met, what are those targets and what is the reason why we're not able to meet those targets? And perhaps what are the intervention plans or strategies that are put in place by the department to ensure that the targets are effectively and efficiently met? Also just laboring on unmet targets. One would want to find out from the department's risk management planning when reviewing the budgets, looking at formulating the APP, etc. Are these not already some of the risks, and are they not already red flagged or identified in order for you to make, as a department, make the necessary amendments ahead of time so that we do not have wasteful expenditure or underspending of the budget? I know that on the budget that spoke to our subscription, it was, if I'm correct, 70-something% of that particular target was met. Can we have what the rand value is that was set aside for that particular target? And I think this is to the one of the conventions that we're part of in the SADC region, if I am correct. What is that rand value? And what has led to us not meeting that particular target? And is it really a target that has not been met? Or is it a matter of the budget that was allocated for it was underspent because of whatever reasons, so that we are able to adequately evaluate when we say targets are not met, if directly it speaks towards the department not meeting that target, or if there are any other factors that contribute towards not having 100% target met. Chair, on the issue of a human resource or human capacity, I think it's quite concerning, and I think perhaps we can get an indication of interventions that can be made legislatively and also through the department. It is indicated that DPSA plays quite an instrumental role in oversighting and giving provision or authorization for vacancies to be advertised and open. One would want to look at what does the department look to put in place to mitigate this. And I think one is to be corrected if there is a point of correction, whether the delay on filling out vacancies is coming from the department itself, or is there also a delay coming from DPSA in terms of authorizing these vacancies? And what are the implications, the immediate implications? And I think they've been quite labored in the presentation, but what are the immediate implications of the functionality of this particular department being able to meet its constitutional mandate? My other question would be on the targets that the programs that the department has indicated that they will be dropping. That would be the program for agriculture and I think the program for the bakery. And I think I just want to echo the question to say what has been the interdepartmental coordination and also engagements that have been taking place with the relevant department in order for this particular department to successfully implement some of its programs that are not within its scope, but desire to see the implementation. Also laboring on that, Chairperson, this department has a responsibility, an administrative responsibility, a coordination and oversight and monitoring responsibility. Perhaps one would want to have an overview of how the department is doing that, and where are some of the bottlenecks and the challenges that the department is facing on its ability to oversight or to administer over other departments that does not allow for them to act out its constitutional mandate of ensuring that all departments are able to contribute towards the dispensation of democracy and the constitutional mandate ultimately. And I think that's very important for us to really look at, even through the strategy plans, the APPs, the quarterly reports, at an advocacy point. Where is the department facing challenges and where have they made progress? And where are they currently still in negotiations and discussions, including with the National Treasury. And I think also just looking at what Honorable Fisani had alluded to in terms of the chunk of the budget that is allocated to the agencies, how do we, within your report, how do we have the ability to monitor whether that budget allocation coming from the department is being effectively and efficiently utilized? And I think that needs to also be presented or reflected upon when we are receiving these reports, in order for us to also keep track of financial resources that have come out of the department. My last question, or my last input, or yes, question, Chairperson, would be centered around the department's program that it had alluded to, some of the programs that were planned and perhaps the resources were already allocated. How do we look to recoup the lost resources? Or is there a negotiation or an agreement in place with those particular service providers to hold what has already been paid out to them until dates have been set out? And also, what is the reason why we are unable to fulfill these programs when they have been outlined, budgeted for, and money has already been spent on the implementation? And I think that's quite important, because this department does not have the luxury of any form of wasteful expenditure, and I think also does not have the luxury to have programs not being implemented. And so one would really want an appreciation of understanding of how do we come to that point. Is it a matter of poor planning, poor coordination? Is it a matter of is it internal or is it external? I think if we can just get an understanding on that. And I think, Chairperson, for now I am satisfied, because I have been greatly covered by by my colleagues. Oh, the last one is just to echo, is the response on the outstanding legislation by the department. If they can give us an overview of how far we are with those legislations, and also what are the costs associated with it. And if there were any delays, what are the implications of those delays when it comes to the outstanding legislations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chauke Adonis. I know we are running out of time, so I'm going to suggest that if honourable members do have additional questions that you want, that we submit those in writing, and that we at the end just discuss a way forward in terms of receiving responses. But maybe I just quickly wanted to ask, I see in one of the slides it said that the department's HR plan for the 7th administration has not been completed. I wanted to get clarity in this regard. Why and by when will this be completed? I really need to get, and I've raised this now, but I really need to get a further indication or explanation as to why you are struggling to fill those positions of the Deputy Director, Internal Audit, and the Internal Auditor, and that you keep on pushing out the time frames for when you will be filling those vacancies. Because I heard the DG alluding to it, saying that you receive a lot of applications, but there's no one going through them to sift and then get to the A and B list. But surely this should be a priority for the department. So we should be putting someone on this job. And yeah, maybe I misheard the DG, but maybe we can just get clarity in that regard. Then as of the 30th of June, the following was reported: 1 resignation. And again, considering that you've got such limited human resources, 1 resignation, I need to know which position became vacant. 18 expiry of contracts. What were these positions that expired and what are the implications for the department? Then the 1 case of gross negligence and insubordination. Again, maybe just the nature of this case, as well as the 1 employee that's on precautionary suspension. Also, what is the financial and operational implications for the department? Then I was intrigued to see that one of the projects that you outsourced was the procurement of services for professional editing of your country report on the rights of persons with disabilities to the United Nations Committee. But surely don't you have staff members in this program that could have done this job? Or is that program also undercapacitated? And then maybe just a few questions to the Audit Risk Committee. I wanted to ask the Audit Risk Committee, what is the ARC's assessment of the department's significant number of deviations that occur on a quarterly basis? Also, in Q2, the ARC recommended that the department should develop a procurement spending recovery plan. And I just wanted to know what was the progress made in this regard. And also, internal audit should review both the Internal Audit and Risk Committee charter during the second quarter was one of the recommendations. And I wanted to get an indication whether that was done. I think some of the other questions, honourable members, if you do have additional questions, as I said, we will submit those in writing. I think I share the sentiments of all honourable members on the issue of the bakery and the farming project, and that we need to find a way forward in this regard. And also, I think all of us share the same sentiments in terms of spend on travel, on conferences, on catering, etc. We are a committee, Honourable Minister, that would like to see that your limited budget, once it is spent on these conferences, on overseas trips, that we actually get value for money. In other words, that we become a department that through these interventions are impactful, that it's not once-off events that we cannot really track or monitor any progress or any value add for those conferences or spend. But let me stop there, and I'm going to hand over then to the DG to lead the responses, and then hopefully we will be able to finish on time at 1 o'clock so that we're able to travel to the National Assembly for the question and answer session of the President this afternoon. Thank you very much. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to start. Minister had addressed this. Oh no, my apology. I'm not sure whether Minister wants me to start or she wants to say something first. Minister, is it okay if I respond? I know the chairperson has asked me to respond, but I just wanted to check. Okay, I think
DG, I think go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to talk to the issue of international travel, just to show that as a department, when we go to events, we participate and we contribute. I will ask Bongi, it won't take long, just for few seconds. I wanted to flight the schedule for CSW that shows the meetings that the South African delegation has had to attend. We had 3 deputy ministers. We had Deputy Minister DBE, we had Deputy Minister DBE's Basic Education, we had Deputy Minister Higher Education, we had Deputy Minister from DFFE, or Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, we had Minister of Social Development, but we had officials. Bongi, just scroll, I won't go through, just scroll and go up so that they can see. The attachment shows the concept of the event that the person from the department or whoever is going to attend. So there are many sessions that we attend, but also the South African policy on foreign foreign relations requires that the international instruments, the international frameworks, the bilaterals that have been entered into, they must be serviced. And we don't even go to all the international responsibilities. For example, there are meetings that happen that we do not go. As a department, now not talking about the country, we are responsible for UNCSW, Commission on the Status of Women. There's ECOSOC meetings that also include youth. The department is responsible for that. There is a meeting called COSP. It's Conference of State Parties on the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We have to submit reports.
DG, I want to stop you here. You can submit this document to the Portfolio Committee, but I actually think you are making matters worse because South Africa sends one of the largest delegations to this conference. And if you're scrolling down, as you are scrolling down here now, considering all of the MECs, and I'm not referring to our own minister because I do know the role she plays, but if we look at all of the deputy ministers, all of the ministers, all of the MECs that we send, some of them, as you are scrolling down, only according to this list, are only participating once or twice in an entire 2-week conference. No. So I think, no, DG, I think let's rather submit this to us, and then I think as a portfolio committee, we'll spend our time going through it. But the point that we are trying to make is that we want to see value for the money that our department is spending on these overseas trips. I understand that our government participates on this platform, but we also, most of the time, our government sends the largest delegation, and somebody cannot participate in 2 weeks, can only participate in 2 meetings, which I hope is not what you're trying to show us in this document. But I think let's move on. Let's get to the other responses. We are going to ask you to submit some forward planning in terms of international travel, and then you can also submit that document if you don't mind.
Thank you, Chair. But let me just correct one thing. Political leaders, ministers, MECs don't go to CSW for 2 weeks. They go for 1 week. This is the challenge, that people condemn the delegation with not correct information. That's why I wanted to show this, that they work when they are there that week, but we will send the reports. What is in the media is not always correct. We have submitted the report even the last time to the Portfolio Committee on international trips. I want to focus on though the CFO will also respond, the issue of the department delaying some of the invoices. There is no invoice of a woman or youth or persons with disability that has been delayed. The report shows that, for example, it refers to the Department of Justice. It's government departments that if we have to pay something, we would delay in order for us not to overspend. But we do not withhold payment for our stakeholders. And the payment is 99%. That is nearly 100%. So we are very clear about that. It's not correct that we do not pay persons with disabilities. We pay 99%. The programs there was a question about us not having, I think it was the first question, that we didn't cancel the programs that we didn't achieve, for example, farming and bakeries. We did not include them in our APP. However, as a department, we continue to advocate that others must implement it. There are a few questions that I would like the officials from the department to respond to. I'll request CFO to respond to finance questions. I'll request Mbazima to respond to HR matters. I request Ranji Reddy to talk to research capacity that was asked. I will request DDG Shoki to talk to questions on sanitary dignity, on coordination and cooperation with other government departments, and monitoring and evaluation. Before Bernice will talk to youth, Puti will talk to persons with disabilities. There was a question in terms of what mechanisms have we put in place in order to enhance our monitoring and evaluation. Now that it's an era of artificial intelligence, we are, and without money, we have requested private sector to create or to automate our services so that we can be able to monitor appropriately. Because now what happens, you ask for reports from all the departments or all the provinces or municipalities, and you capture the information manually and all those things. So it makes us not to be that ineffective. Very soon we will be automated. Our MNE system will be automated, so we will be able to monitor effectively. I would like to hand over to the CFO. CFO.
Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Chairperson. One of the question is around the 71.4% spent on the payment to Commonwealth, and whether the department did over budget on this line item. There isn't an over budgeting. The budget that was set aside for the subscription to Commonwealth is 1,870,000. However, at the time of payment, when we converted the invoice that is in British euros from euros to rands, the actual amount that the department had to pay was 1.3 million. We cannot reduce this allocation in subsequent years based on historical data in terms of the actuals that we are paying, because we will be running a risk of under budgeting for this line item. And the underspending that was realized under transfers and subsidies could not be shifted to other categories of expenditure during the environment process, because National Treasury Regulation prohibits the departments from utilizing savings on transfers and subsidies to other categories of expenditure. The transactions that are involved in the wasteful expenditure is 2 transactions. One is 57,000, the other one is 390,000. The issue of deviations is if one looks at the deviations for Q4 and partly Q1, they were mainly on in-house catering as a single source. The department collaborates with various institutions in executing the projects and programs that we are delivering on, and being mindful of the fact that there are budget constraints that are existing within the department. Through these collaborations, we are in a position to spend less, in that in most cases, these institutions, they are offering the department their venues for free, and because they have an existing catering service providers that they are contracted with, we are prohibited from bringing in external service providers to provide catering services when we have events wherein we are collaborating with various institutions. All deviations within the department are subjected to a review process by internal audit, and they are subsequently audited by Auditor General. And all deviations for 2024, no non-compliance was identified by AG. In some cases, deviations cannot be avoided, as I've indicated that in some instances we'll go to the market more than twice without successful responses from the market, and wherein after 2 attempts there's only 2 responses from the market. We have no option but to then deviate in line with the National Treasury Instruction Note for procurement of goods and services by other means. The other one that the DG referred to is around the payment of service providers within 30 days. In Q1, we recorded 8 invoices that were paid outside 30 days. 6 of these invoices were the claims from the state attorney for the legal fees, and the other one related to the SETA payment, and this was mainly due to technical challenges that were experienced with the basic accounting system as a result of conversion of BAS from version 5 to version 6, wherein some of the line items within the system were deactivated as a result of the conversion. We consulted SETA, they activated the line items, and we subsequently managed to process the payment. One invoice of the 6, it was delayed from the end user. And what we have done within the department is that on the 29th of August, we issued a financial instruction note on payment of service providers within 30 days to all officials within the department to bring to their attention the impact of delaying signing of invoices to confirm that services are rendered and the invoice is compliant, and finance can proceed and make a payment to the relevant service provider. We are also planning to workshop all officials within the department in terms of this instruction note, because we are cognizant of the fact that if the trend persists and the affected service providers are SMMEs, the impact would be that their cash flows would be adversely affected. The other, I think I spoke on deviations. I also want to share with the committee the high value of invoices that were paid outside 30 days during the 2024-25 financial year. In Q1, we reported an amount of 15 to 16 invoices that were paid outside 30 days in Q1 for 2024-25 financial year. This related to invoices received during 2023-24 financial year that were deferred to the 2024-25 financial year as a result of the budget reductions that were introduced by National Treasury. The department approached Treasury after the budget of the department on goods and services was reduced by an amount of 8 million to reverse the decision of the reduction. That was subsequently approved. However, the funding of the 8 million was received in the subsequent financial year, and these 15 invoices mainly related to those that were affected by the reduction of the budget. And there was an instruction, a guideline that was issued to the department in terms of the treatment of payment of these invoices. Hence the high value of number of invoices that were paid outside 30 days during the 2024 financial year. And the balance of the 14 out of the 29 that was paid outside 30 days were mainly related to SETA invoices as well as the invoices for the photocopier machines. And the reasons for the delay was also linked to the signing of invoices by relevant managers due to unavailability in the office. And we have since implemented a process wherein managers are committed outside the department in other priorities. We then email the invoices to managers so that they can approve them online for payment, and we then subsequently process the payment. And we have since observed an improvement in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mbazema?
Chairperson, I think there are few questions that were asked, and the one I'll respond to some of them. If I don't finish all of them, we'll put them in writing, because the question was that we're shifting. There should no further shifting of dates. I think they were referring or filling of the position of internal audit, both the deputy director and the internal audit, and also why it's difficult to fill the DD position, internal audit. There were some stringent requirements that were imposed by National Treasury, and then DPSA, we engage with DPSA. DPSA sent us to National Treasury. National Treasury sent us the information that they do that. We have advertised this post last year. It's correct. Our plan was to fill it in January and also in April. But those stringent conditions, I mean, those requirements, it's very difficult to get those people. But what we are doing now, because the panel also have set now in August to finalize, the panel they've made some recommendations. Those recommendations were requesting for deviation from the Director General. We have included, in fact, the institution internal auditors, certain things that those stringent were revised in 2021. So probably DPSA is not aware of that one. We have included those things. So we're requesting for deviation because we have got, I think, 6, if not 8 candidates that at least the panel were happy with it. Then we can shortlist them and take them for interviews. So that process is underway, Chairperson and members of the committee. What informs the decline of employment of youth, I mean, from 19% to 16%? Others, they just, because it's under 35, so immediately a person, it's above 35 now, doesn't qualify as a youth anymore. And others, I know somebody got another position, a higher position in Department of Justice. So those are some of the things, the natural attrition, it's either get higher position or you got and get some position outside. But we've got a responsibility of making sure that we appoint those people, youth, up to including the SMS, because currently we don't have an SMS. The SMS member has outgrown that youth into outside the bracket, but we've got that responsibility to make sure that we get somebody at the SMS level as well. Well, we are committed to filling this position, all vacant funded position under this current financial that we've advertised. That's why we make those dates so that we push ourselves with the limited resources. I think DG at one stage to say, even ourselves as chief directors, we must make sure that we capture, because we don't have people at the lower level that will assist. HR doesn't have people. So we are doing that around the clock to make sure that we fill those positions. So because at one stage the delay was, I think CFO, when she was presenting that, the delay was caused by the control measures that were implemented by DPSA since 2023. But those control measures, with effect from this current financial year, 1 April, now they've been done away with. So the challenge now is to make sure that with the limited resources, we make sure that we capture the application. It's because the new directive from DPSA, you have to advertise even electronically. We don't have an electronic system, but we use the email. So we receive high volumes of application. You still have to print them. and so that you account for each and every application. That's what is delaying the process in terms of the emailing and stuff like that. The other thing, that's where each and every position will link to the email moving forward. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot of people in HR. There are two officials there, plus a registered clerk, there are three. The HR management plan that we will have finalized, it as a result of the 7th administration. I think DG sent, put it correctly to say the MTDP was delayed in terms of adoption. So the HR plan, it's derived from the MTD plan. The MTD plan has been done. The draft HR plan was done. Send it to even to DPSA requesting for an extension, and they gave us up to particular days. I know on Thursday we're meeting with the DPSA officials also to take them through the areas that they want us to correct it. So this Thursday from 10, we're meeting at DPSA official. It's a virtual meeting. I know that one, it has been planned for that. So immediately after that, then we'll make sure that we will draft it. In fact, the HR committee requested that we can have a meeting the week of next week so that we take every branches on board. So, but we're waiting for the meeting at DPSA on Thursday. Then we request from the ODG calendar so that we get the managers to go through and other people to assist. The other one, the hearing, that's what I'm saying. Maybe the hearing and the other one, resignation contractors, we can submit it in writing. Yeah, we can submit it in writing because certain details, I need to look at it correctly so that we give the correct information. Thanks, DG.
Thank you. To be definite, Chair, the AR position. Yesterday, I had a discussion with the DG of DPSA regarding the certificate that they want that made the department not to be able to appoint last year and even in April, because there's a qualification that they want, which people in South Africa or young persons in South Africa don't have. So we've discovered that that certificate was discontinued. So when I spoke to the DG said I can go ahead and deviate and approve without that qualification and indicate my reasons for appointing. So I've appointed yesterday. So I've approved yesterday. So the person most probably will start. They might need a month to come from where they come, or they can start as soon as they can start. But I've already approved the submission because that one is within my delegation. Thank you very much. I would like to give to Ranji to talk to research. After Ranji, DDG Shoki, and then Puti Benis, like that. Thanks.
Thanks, DG. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG and colleagues, good afternoon. I'm actually the Chief Director, my portfolio is the Chief Director Research, but currently I'm out of the research unit because I'm holding fort in the DDG position. However, let me speak about the size of the research unit, the capacity from a human resource perspective, firstly. So it's made up of one chief director, two directors, and a deputy director. We have one support person and one secretary. That's the size of the research unit in the department. In terms of functions of this research unit, it's actually research knowledge management. It focuses on 4 areas. Number 1 is research. Number 2 is policy work. Number 3 is international reporting. We do all the international reports. And number 4 is on knowledge management. And then I want to focus on the budget of this unit from a capacity of finance. On a year-on-year basis, we receive anything between 1.2 million to 1.8 million maximum as the goods and services budget for this unit. Now, Chairperson and honorable members, research is a very expensive undertaking. And if the entire unit has to operate on a budget of 1.2
or 1.8 if we're lucky, then can you imagine what kind of research we can do? Notwithstanding that factor, we allocate the budget of around 1 million to 1.2 million to the research project. And anything else that the unit is doing, including supporting the work of other units, the minister, the DG, etc., is all done in-house. So in terms of the research, you can only do one research a year. And that research, we generally look at what is the need in the department. So just to give you an example, for example, the socio-economic empowerment index, the unit that is responsible for that is coming from program 2. The research unit has assisted now, and we have undertaken that process, which is almost it's complete. We're just finalizing for presentation purposes. We work with the Economic Empowerment Unit. We'll do a research that supports their work. For example, I think 2 or 3 years ago, we did a research looking at how women's economic issues were mainstreamed into the economic plan of the country, and then from that process, we also then enabled the development of a strategy for women's economic empowerment, which the program 2 is now institutionalizing. But we also work with in partnership with other organizations and institutions where we are unable to actually add any money into the process. Our names don't get put on when you work with other departments, but you provide the support, which we are doing. But in terms of working with external sponsors, for example, we've worked with UNIDO, and we've been able to put out a research on women in the green economy, looking at 4 areas like wind, water, energy, etc. And then from that, the second phase of that, we were able to then develop mainstreaming in the green economy, which we have now handed over to the Economic Empowerment Unit to run with. But we did run workshops with, different departments like the forestry, fishery, and the environment, minerals and resources, etc., workshopping them on that document. We work with UN Women under mainstreaming, and we are running this program. We have developed a toolkit that we are running through with Treasury in terms of the piloting process on the gender responsive budgeting. And last year we led all the workshops with the core departments that were being piloted. This year we intend to do the same in November after our G20 process with the 15 departments that are going through the gender responsive budgeting. We're currently engaging now with the OECD together, collaborating with Stats SA to look at the research for the SIGI study on positive masculinities, which hopefully can then become a regular periodic research done by the country. We are working with the ILO in terms of pushing forward the policy at a national level on the K economy. We want to develop a national strategy on the K economy. And remember, we worked with Treasury and the IMF in order to do the GRB process. And then there's under the Knowledge Hub, we went to a certain point and then we had to stop work on the Knowledge Hub because we did the first phase and then the back or end user, and it is up to that point that we were able to place that on our intranet. But to take it any further and develop the hub was a very expensive, costly exercise. And unfortunately, I think for last year or the year before, it was working out to 6 million, and we just didn't have that money. So we have had to put this exercise on hold until such money becomes available. However, in terms of knowledge management, we have engaged with the government of Canada and fully sponsored. We have developed an online training course adapting the Canadian model of the gender-based analysis online training. It's now totally contextualized to South Africa. It's placed on a platform. We've piloted it. We've trained about 350 people went through the pilot, and now we have distributed it to a wider audience, and there's tremendous uptake on that program. Honorable Chair, I think in the future it would be good as well if we could make that available to the Portfolio Committee. It's free, it's online, you take it at your own time and pace and do it when you want to. You will get a certificate at the end of that. We are looking at the issue of doing surveys. It is a very expensive undertaking. So to even look at projecting on unemployment over the months, we totally have to rely on Stats SA. Just recently, Stats SA was sharing with us that in order to do one survey, covering 30,000 households in that one survey costs 115 million rand. And now they are looking at expanding it to 40,000. That goes up to about 131 million. When we asked and we engaged with Stats SA to do the next time use survey, so we could look at time spent by men and women on gendered processes, the last one having been done in 2010, cost 93 million rands. There is no way this department can do research of that nature. Chair, I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Shoki?
Yes, Gigi. Thank you, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, and members of the Portfolio Committee. On the issue of the Rapid Response Team Training, the RRTs, I wish to indicate to Member Kanyile that before we even commence with the training, we consult with that local municipality. In some instances, they do offer a venue. We use their council chambers. And if those chambers are not used, we then opt to go the route of supply chain management. But I need to indicate that we've been to communities where we've tried to do the work within the communities. It comes with its own challenges. And at times it makes you look very unprofessional and very disorganized, in the sense that you get there are no proper functioning ablution facilities, there's no water, and you have invited people. You can't take people to such an environment. You also realize that there is no networking facilities like your Wi-Fi and all of that, because there are instances where you have to allow for online connection. There's just no strong bandwidth or connectivity in those areas. And in some instances where you even have to provide catering, you then discover a day before, as they do due diligence in SCM, that some of those people don't even qualify. They've either taken somebody's certificate for catering and other things, and when you get told at the 11th hour, you're left with 2 or 3 days to start a new process, which can take up to 7 days again or so. So that has been very disruptive, and we ended up finding ourselves having to use our money to buy food at that point in time and then come back and claim, but it really made us look bad. But we will continue to try and use municipal facilities to the best of our abilities. Some of the remarks, we take them as comments in respect of the sanitary dignity program, particularly on advocating. We commit that we will continue to advocate for the ring fencing of the funding with National Treasury. Remember that we will do. On the issue of the 2-day workshop, whether there was value add, that was an M&E workshop that was conducted by the unit that is leading on the sanitary dignity program, on the basis that we realized that monitoring is not happening as it should, and that there is no regular reporting as expected. We trained them on the M&E framework. We trained them on the concepts around monitoring and evaluation, but we also ensured that there are systems in place to assist them. Some of the oversight systems or committees that we are working with would be your school-based support systems, your WASH committees, your provincial sanitary dignity committees that assist us in strengthening the oversight work that we are doing beyond us being there and doing it ourselves. I wish to indicate that in addition to the 2 days of the M&E workshop, we also used the third day for the WASH assessment activity. And that assists us a lot because that's where we do physical oversight, going to the schools and checking whether the ablution facilities are meeting the requirements from an MHM, which is menstrual health management perspective, and whether they are girl-child friendly and responsive in that regard. So that is why we had to go there and took that number of days. Part of the M&E or oversight work that we are doing, let's take, for example, the NSP work that we are doing. For each pillar, there are committees, there are chairpersons, they have an action plan, they give a report to the department on a monthly basis, which forms part of the quarterly reporting. But we also make sure that we use the M&E framework for the NSP to reach out to the departments to get a sense of whether are they still aligned to the M&E framework of the NSP, and they report to us on a quarterly basis. With the economic aspect part of it, we have the economic empowerment strategy. We have a matrix that we are using for monitoring the work that they are doing. We meet the departments on a quarterly basis and they report on those domains as per that matrix that we have developed. You also asked a question around whether there's partnership and we are working with NGOs or private sector and all. I wish to indicate that indeed we are. We've partnered with the banks like your Standard Bank, your ABSA. We've just had a very good and powerful trade fair during the launch of Women's Month, where Standard Bank came on board and ABSA and other banks, and they actually trained women on de-risking issues. They provided training on how to access funding. They even allowed women to do a pitch on that particular day, and women won money to strengthen their services as well. One of them even was granted support in the form of 200,000 to start the work that they are doing as well. We're working with UNFPA, UN Women, the EU. So we are bringing all the critical stakeholders on board to work with us and strengthen our work. I think I've tried, DG, to respond to some of the areas. If there's anything that I've left out, you will indicate and I will step in quickly. And there is also work that we have done, for instance, as part of oversight. Minister has been to Matatiela. There's been a lot of incidents that were reported on GBV. We've been there. We went there again for the second time just to make a follow-up and check how those families are coping, how are they doing, whether the services are yielding the desired results that they are receiving or not. So we definitely do our level best, even though we are thinly stretched in this area of work. Thank you, DG, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, DG. Yes.
Yeah, DG, unfortunately, we are out of time now. So I want to quickly go to the Audit Risk Committee. And then from there, I want to go to Minister for closing remarks, please.
Okay.
We can submit
Thank you so much.
in writing,
Yes.
DG. Advocate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson raised 3 questions to us. Our assessment of the deviations. Chairperson, in the previous financial year, we had raised concerns insofar as the deviations, and we recommended for better planning on the part of the department to avoid such deviations. But what we can't shy away from is that internal audit does undertake an assessment of all deviations, and so there is then that assurance that all the deviations were properly above board and as per Treasury regulations. But insofar as the new financial year, Chairperson, we were informed by management that the deviations were largely attributed to the predetermined venues during the G20 engagements, as it were. And this then was beyond the control of the department, as this was a safety precautionary measure that is applied by the Department of International Relations. And I think that's a rationale that would bring comfort to us more than it would great concern, because I think that's something that is beyond the department. Insofar as the procurement spending recovery plan. Chair, this was relating specifically to the capital assets, wherein spending was sitting at just 29% at the end of the financial year. Pardon me, the spending was at 29%, but as at the end of the financial year, Chair, the spending was sitting at 83%. And we did receive assurance from internal audit that the recovery plan is indeed then being implemented, because 5 million had been spent thus far of the intended 6 million spent. Now, I'm advised, Chair, that the remaining 1 million rand spent is owing to equipment that had not yet been delivered, and so there was no invoicing in that regard. But there is definitely an intention to make sure that there is an overall spend, and to make sure that the entirety of the recovery plan is implemented as we've recommended. And insofar as the review of the Audit and Risk Committee Charter, Chair, I can confirm that the Internal Audit Charter as well as the ARC Charter for 23 and 24 were reviewed and adopted for the 24 and 25 financial year. But in the new financial year, Chair, we have approved an interim internal audit plan. And this has then tabled the review of our charter for the second quarter, with the deadline set for the 30th of September. So this exercise will also then be undertaken in the second quarter accordingly, Chair. I think those are the three questions that are directed at us.
Thank you so much, Advocate. May I then hand over to the Minister for her closing remarks, if she's got any?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought the DM would probably want to say something, but maybe I don't know whether there's no time for that. But thank you, Chairperson, for the questions and comments that you have made. They actually open our eyes in some other areas, of course, but we also are able to respond to quite a number of them. Chairperson, I've taken note of what we have said, for instance, with international travel saying value for money. And I think we can always prove beyond reasonable doubt the value for money for any international travel that we undertake. We can't do that. And probably just to mention that the ministerial handbook is actually amended very frequently. And the one that we have now is the leaniest of them all. And maybe just to indicate that at some stages, deputy ministers, when I was deputy minister, we had technical people appointed in terms of the ministerial handbook. That has now been removed. Yet, as deputy minister, still expected to get advice and take decisions, and you do that without any support. And that's one issue that is there. So the ministerial handbook is indeed amended very frequently, updated very frequently. And the one that we have now is the leaniest of them all. Sometimes it makes it impossible to even do the work as executives. But we take note exactly of your comment to say value for money, which we must always be able to prove. And the DG was correct, Chairperson, that for CSW, ministers or politicians are only there for a week, but officials are actually there for 2 weeks. And that is in New York, US dollar. And some of these things we have no control over, and the rates we have no control over, but we always take into account what the portfolio committee is saying. I just want also maybe to say something. I wasn't aware, Honorable Kanyele, of the request for land for a person with disability. But your frustration is our frustration. Because yes, indeed, if you can give us the name of that person and the request itself, but we depend on other ministers. We've had an engagement with Minister Nyotso of land, requesting that as part of our legacy projects, for G20, they hand over land to women so that women are able to say during the year when South Africa was president of G20, we actually got land. But that, of course, it depends on him. We have had engagement with him and many other ministers. It's the same thing with these projects that we're talking about, the farming, etc., a bakery, etc., etc. We are engaging departments, but we've decided that we will also be engaging other institutions, as I think the DG Shuki was indicating, including the private sector, including our banks. And with the meetings that we had with them, we are working on an implementation plan, for instance, post Women's Month, working together with the private sector, the civil society, etc., to say we had so many engagements, so many events, etc., etc. What then is the way forward? The trade fair, for instance, they've already committed that they are going to fund it. That is Standard Bank and ABSA. They are going to fund it. Even some of our projects for the G20 were depending on them because we're only given 5-point-something million rand for the G20. And that was not enough for the very first event in Northwest. So I just want to say we are indeed engaging others, and that is why we do request the portfolio committee on these projects just to be patient with us and to understand we cannot, but we are trying our level best to see to it that we get funders so that they become implemented as much as possible, those that will be able to afford to implement. We also, Chairperson, would want to mention the issue of resourcing of the department, as was raised by the Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, is impacting negatively on us. We sit with people in meetings who you can see, I'm a health professional, that this person who's sitting in front of me is really not well, but she is at work. And she has to leave work and go to province X because we are responsible for the country. And when that happens, you cross your fingers and pray that nothing happens to them because they are thinly spread, they're overspread. You talk of the Women's Month, you talk of the G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group, the invitations from the civil society, etc., etc. But the work of the department and everything that we're discussing right now, it is still the same people, for instance, in the disability branch, that are only 2 chief directors, 1 direct. It is in this department where you'll have the staffing that is like that. If you asked me before I came to this department, I would have said it can't happen in the public service. That would have a department with chief director without the span of control under them. But it happens in this department, and the resources make it very difficult to demand. We still demand work. We're still calling on people to do 1, 2, 3, 4. But sometimes you do that with your teeth clenched together, looking at people to say, I wonder as to how far they can actually go in trying to implement. But we are happy, Chairperson, with the questions. We'll be able to respond. We definitely not hold CGE accountable. We are just the post office. We transfer money to them. CGE is a Chapter 9 institution. In terms of the Constitution, they account to the National Assembly. So we do not ever call them to account to us for the money and how they spend it. We just transfer the money to them, that amount of money, and then for them to account, definitely it is the National Assembly that can only hold it, any Chapter 9 institution accountable, including the CGE. So we don't make follow-up, we transfer money because they don't have their vote. Otherwise, it could have been a separate vote for them because they are a Chapter 9 institution. But I think because of their size, that is why it is through us that we transfer the money to them, but it does definitely not make us accountable. But yes, the NYDA, it is our state-owned entity or agency. We therefore hold them accountable for the money that we are transferring to them as the shareholder, but also as the ministry responsible for them. We thank you, Chairperson, for some of the questions that we could not respond to because of the time. We will definitely do that in writing. But like I say, we really take these engagements very seriously, and that is why we are here, to myself and the Deputy Minister and the DG, so that we listen as members raise questions and answers and holding us accountable, which is indeed your constitutional mandate as the Portfolio Committee. We thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Thank you to the Deputy Minister, the DG, your entire delegation, all honourable members. I'm sorry that we had to rush a little bit towards the end. It's just that I don't want us to be late for the President's question and answer session. But let me take this opportunity, Minister, to just say thank you for always listening to our inputs and to and for responding to us in a respectful manner. I think it always goes a long way, the way that you engage with us. I want to emphasize that we are always going to follow the rands and cents. We know that you don't have a lot of rands and cents, but that is exactly the point. Before we advocate for more money for this department, we need to ensure that every rand and cent is spent in a manner that truly brings about change in the communities that we are elected to serve. Then I want to just remind us of some of the resolutions. You did touch on it, Honourable Minister, DG, the outstanding responses, if they can reach us by Friday. Then I want to just re-emphasize that when we do ask the department to format and structure your documentation and presentations in a certain way, that our requests be honoured, please. Outstanding is the BRRR and the budget vote implementation plan and report. If we can be furnished with the updated organogram with staff allocation and salary levels, that would be helpful. Then we've discussed now that we are in need of an overseas travel forecast and costing plan, so that you take us along in terms of these overseas trips. And also the report that the DG wanted to flight earlier, if that can also be submitted to us. Then I think all honourable members have repeated this. There is generally a cry that the targets in terms of your key legislation, the key legislation that you're supposed to be driving, it must be prioritised. And then we have discussed with you in terms of your better financial planning, as well as focusing or guarding against deviations, although we did hear the reasons why that was necessary this time around. But let me then say thank you very much to all the colleagues, everyone on the platform. The meeting is adjourned, and we will meet again either in the House or later in the month, or otherwise in October. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Long live the
Thanks.
chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye, my web.